hunting white elephants, as we have learned this morning. His blog is geostadio.com, stadia.com, very interesting place to visit. Some words to the rules. Everybody has 50 minutes, more or less. And please keep your question to the end of this session. So, Christopher.
Thank you, Michael. I want to engage in some ambush marketing first. That I'll explain this T-shirt later, but this is from my Brazilian colleagues who are fighting the good fight there. So, segue lá frente, companheiros. Bom, what I will talk about was discussed this morning, but in ways that were more marketing than reality. And so I want to explain a bit today about what is going on in Brazil and why Brazilians appear in their behaviors on the streets to be really against the World Cup. And so this is one of the cries from the street this summer was, "No vai ter Copa." We're not going to have the World Cup. And so I wonder, I put this question mark there to say, really, is it possible that we won't have a World Cup, and to look at the roots of the Brazilian dissatisfaction with what is going on? Okay. And so we'll have a little bit of a tour around Brazil. These are the 12 host cities, and I'll go not to every city, but looking at certain elements of these cities to talk about what some of the problems are in Brazil with the World Cup. This is the classic white elephant sitting on Brazil. We know we will have at least 4 stadiums that have no football use after the World Cup, which in itself is not such a problem. But we have perhaps another 6 stadiums that will have no urban use whatsoever after the World Cup. We heard this morning that Brazilian stadiums cost less than Korea and Japan. That is patently untrue in terms of cost per seat. We see that the Brazilian World Cup has the highest price per seat index of any of the recent World Cups, and at a total cost of 3.6 billion US and rising. This was from a in 2013 cost. We're of course not done building these stadiums nor adapting them for the Olympics afterwards, and the total stadium cost is only lower than Korea and Japan because Korea and Japan built 20 stadiums. And so this price per seat index was done with data from the World Stadium Index plus our research at Universiade in Rio de Janeiro. And so in terms of costs, Brazilians are seeing that these prices are relatively inflated even to the rest of the world. Source of discontent. The corruption involved in making these projects more costly is typical in Brazilian civil construction contracts. And so what we're seeing is an acceleration and a crystallization of pre-existing processes. And so the World Cup has consolidated processes of corruption in civil construction. And we see that, apologize that it's a little bit off here, that the cost of these stadiums going from 0 in 2007 has increased over 250% in the last 5 years. When we talk about what is happening to these stadiums that are being financed 98.5% with public money, public investment, what is happening to these formerly public spaces? And when we see the before and after, we had 2 private stadiums that are receiving public money. We have 2 stadiums that did not exist, and the other 8 stadiums were pre-existing stadiums that were public, that are now being privatized in terms of public-private partnerships. In the case of the Maracanã in Rio de Janeiro, we have a 1.2 billion real public investment that has now been turned over to a concessionaire for 35 years, and I mentioned this morning that the state will receive 14% of this investment back over 35 years. Another source of consternation for the Brazilians, because when you privatize a stadium, you make the only governing logic of that space profit and not public benefit. So we can go to the condition of the cities where these white elephants will be sitting most heavily. We see in Manaus, we have tremendous poverty, we have a lack of urban infrastructure, we have a lack of basic sanitation, and while it may be true that the public investment is not directly taking money from education budgets, there are opportunity costs that need to be measured in terms of the provision of basic services. Manaus has a serious deficit in housing, a serious deficit in transportation, education, healthcare, etc. And we are spending money on a Brazilian spaceship. Sorry that this isn't, but it says Brazilian spaceships are not a priority. And so we look at the kind of urban projects that are being built for Brazil. The things that are being prioritized are anti-urban projects. This is something that has landed in the middle of the Amazon that has no articulation whatsoever with the urban environment, has no post-cup use in mind other than turning it into a shopping mall or a site for shows. And so the very people that paid for the destruction of the stadium was there, paid for the reconstruction of the new stadium, will then have to pay again higher prices to enter the place to make it economically viable. For whom? A public-private partnership. People are not ignorant of these problems, of these processes, of this business model, and are taking to the streets. So we go to Fortaleza, which is a typical Brazilian stadium, reformed for the World Cup, and we look at all these projects and how the Brazilians will have access to the World Cup. And so FIFA is very keen to tell us that they've put 100,000 tickets at the disposal of indigenous populations, school kids, elderly, etc., and have released Category 4 tickets only for Brazilians. And it's true, the Category 4 tickets for the World Cup are cheaper than Germany in 2006, 56% cheaper, but all of the other categories are much more expensive. And so we've gone, even from Germany, we've gone, the Category 1 tickets have increased by 61%, the Category 2 tickets have increased by 256%. There are only 300,000 tickets in Category 4 available for Brazilians, less than 10% of all tickets. And this graphic clearly shows where the Brazilians will be able to sit. Category 4 are the green seats, Category 3 the orange, Category 2 the purple, and the most expensive tickets are by far the majority of the tickets. So people are asking, Copa para quem? World Cup for who? Yes, there are cheap tickets available, but as we've also heard, Brazilians have put in more requests for those tickets than anybody else. They won't be able to get them. And so if you can't get a Category 4 ticket, you're out. And so I personally did not apply for a Category 4 ticket. I applied for Category 3 tickets. And if I don't get the Category 3 tickets, I'll be available for the 4. And so what people are doing is they're buying tickets in all categories, basically mortgaging their future with Visa so they can then hopefully get the tickets that they want for the World Cup. And so a family of 4 to go to the World Cup for one game could cost as much as 1,000 reais in a country where the minimum wage is 690 reais a month. So then we look at what are the logics behind this, and we look at Recife and another anti-urban project. This is a stadium being built in the suburban area in a city that already has three teams with 3 stadiums, all recently reformed. And we can see that the stadium project here is a very small part, the leading edge actually, of a large real estate development project. And so mega events everywhere not only function as tremendously effective transfer of wealth schemes, but they also offer opportunities, quote unquote, for real estate investment projects to happen. These are all done by the same civil construction firms that have their hands deep in the pockets of state governments and at the federal level as well. And so the vector of these kind of developments on greenfield sites is nothing to do with sport. The stadium doesn't have to have a use because it's actually a very small part of the economic puzzle. And then we come to where I live, the Maracanã, and I don't live in the Maracanã, I live in Rio, and perhaps one of the most famous stadiums in the world, the Maracanã, has been transformed into a site of pure spectacle. And without entering into the academic discussion of what the pure spectacle means, as a fan, one does not go simply to look at a spectacle. One does not simply go to observe. One goes to participate. And this logic of the transformation of spaces like the Maracanã that had standing-only sections for 50 years, 60 years, into places of pure spectatorship is a transference of the logic of fans, of the creation of the positive, engaged creation and engagement with culture, for one of mere passive spectatorship of a spectacle. And this is clearly stated in what's happening. There's no doubt about the intention, and it's working. And so here in the top, we see the old architecture of the Maracanã. This is a photo from 2004. The middle photo was a renovation undertaken for the Pan American Games at a cost of 350 million reais, and the new reform for 1.2 billion reais. And so in the last 8 years, the Maracanã has gone under 2 major structural reforms at a cost of 1.5 billion reais, reduced the capacity to 75,000, and expelled the traditional fans from the stadium, a la Inglaterra. So one of the reactions to this was in Porto Alegre earlier this year, when the Tatu Bola, the mascot of the World Cup, was being brought around to Brazilian cities and exhibited as if the cartoonish nature of these this business model were not apparent. They decided to put it in all these major cities. And so people in Porto Alegre who are unsatisfied with what was happening in the World Cup decided to attack the Tatu Bola. And one of the most absurd scenes in the last year in Brazil was the military police surrounding the Tatu Bola to defend it. And so if there's ever, so we heard yesterday from Di Gregorio that they will put 5, 6, 7, 10,000 troops around the stadiums to defend the event. But they're also putting it around cartoon figures. And so what is important here? The defense of the symbols of FIFA, or the defense of democratic rights, the defense of the population who is funding this very event. And so during the protests, we had a lot of ire directed at FIFA. This says, Mr. Blatter, and this is a response to Valky, and so perhaps the target was the wrong one, but perhaps there need to be a lot of kicks up the backside in Zurich. And this was not uncommon, and so when we see the directioning of the ire of the Brazilian people towards FIFA, it is not against football. The Brazilians, of course, are in favor of the World Cup. If you asked every one of the people on the streets, or do you love football? Do you want the World Cup? Yes, 90% would still raise their hands. But if you ask them, do you want the FIFA World Cup? Almost no one will say yes. And so these evaluations of public approval and such the questions are constructed to give the answer that is sought. And so when we say 63% approve the World Cup in Brazil, that's a very low number, actually. If we ask, do you approve of FIFA? Do you approve of the way this World Cup is happening? The number will be maybe the 5% of the elites that are benefiting from this World Cup. Of course, it also depends who you ask, how you ask, where you ask. So don't believe the numbers. And this is, again, the association of the World Cup with all of these other urban processes comes from the fact that this is a business model that articulates these interests and consolidates and accelerates them in a very limited time frame. And so this was a banner unveiled during the Confederations Cup final, calling that FIFA, the police, Cabral, which is the governor of Rio de Janeiro State, and Paes, the mayor of Rio, unfair players. And so it's not just the World Cup, clearly. It's not just FIFA, but a combination of things that are happening, an articulation of business, financial, and political interests that are taking public money, re-articulating urban space, destroying well-loved places such as the Maracanã and others, and violently repressing people in the streets to make this happen. So I don't want the cup, I want education. This is, again, the discussion of Padrão FIFA that was mentioned yesterday. Of course, everyone would love to live in Switzerland. We should all have the benefit of nice transportation, clean water, clean air, not transparency, but police that don't come hitting first. So if the government can invest, if the government can form partnerships with international sporting federations to deliver world-class facilities, why can't they even coordinate amongst themselves to deliver decent education? What is the opportunity cost of investing in the World Cup instead of investing in these other things? Do we need the World Cup now? No. Does Brazil deserve, quote-unquote, the World Cup? Of course. It has a tremendous footballing history, a tremendous footballing culture, and that culture is what makes it possible to have all these articulations happen. But that culture, that identity, the reality of that has been co-opted and transformed into something completely different that has nothing to do with the people that live there. And how does this happen? On the Confederations Cup final, and these are all my photos, by the way. The Confederations Cup final, there were 11,000 troops circling the Maracanã. The players on the pitch could smell and felt the effects of the tear gas. Many of my friends, I myself, have escaped the rubber bullets, but there have been journalists have lost their eyes from rubber bullets. Journalists have been pepper sprayed in the face. Journalists have been deliberately targeted for covering these alternative events. And this will continue. We have already been told it will continue. So you can guarantee that FIFA will circle these stadiums and protect their zones of exclusion, their private transportation lines, their zones of exclusion will be protected with public force. And what is the cost of this? This was the opening day of the Confederations Cup near the Maracanã, when the shock troops, not just police, we don't really have police in Brazil, we have shock troops coming to clear people off the streets. This man was a World Cup volunteer. It says, "Can I help you? World Cup Brazil, can I help you?" And he and his daughter were running from the tear gas, rubber bullets, and percussion grenades of the police that were there to protect the event, not to protect the lives of the people who are paying for the event and who should be the beneficiaries of the event. This kind of reaction, this sort of scarring, is leaving very deep, deep marks in Brazil, and has radicalized a generation of people, and so opened actually possibilities for new kinds of democratic participation. Because we know that the mega event, wherever it goes, the Olympics, World Cup, whatever mega event you want to have, eliminates democratic channels. It establishes parallel governments, not unlike the invasion of a country. And so the event acts as a parasite. It takes public money. It changes urban, economic, political, and social relations, and then it goes on, never to return. What will this girl remember about the opening day of the Confederations Cup when she was crying involuntarily, her throat was burning, and her dad had to save her from the police? What will she think? What will he think? Will he be back in 2014 as a volunteer? These are questions that remain to be answered. And so in all of the World Cup cities, there are comités populares, popular committees, that are organizing to fight against forced removals, to fight against privatization schemes. We heard this morning that in no Brazilian stadium for the World Cup will remove people from their homes. And that's true. No Brazilian stadium is being built upon places where people lived. But we have what's called the matrix of responsibilities for each city, where cities guarantee transportation, communications, security measures. Those projects are removing up to 150,000 people in Brazil. And so when we talk about the stadiums, that's one thing. When we talk about what else is happening in the name of the World Cup, or what the World Cup is being mobilized to achieve, then we can talk about forced removals. And this is what the Comité Popular is doing. And this is another one of the Comité Popular's actions against the Vila Autódromo, which is a community sited on the future Olympic site. So yes, vamos ter Copa. We will have the World Cup, and it will be a great party. In Brazil, we know how to put on a great party. You can guarantee it will be fun. But there will be manifestações, there will be manifestations, and there will be conflict. You can guarantee it, because transfer of wealth, the forced transfer of wealth from public domain to private, always happens through violence. Whether or not you see that is a different story. And Brazilians, much to their credit, have shown that they are not going to let this happen without letting the world know that this happens through violence. And so when we see 10,000, 12,000, 20,000 troops around the Maracanã for the final of the World Cup in 2014, this is the ultimate symbol of how this wealth is transferred through violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christopher, for this interesting and sometimes scaring outlook at the events coming in Brazil. I think there will be a couple of questions at the end of the session. At least I have one. Next in the row is Dennis Pauschinger. He is Erasmus Mundus Doctoral Research Fellow at the Universities of Kent and Hamburg. And in his earlier life, he studied in Sao Paulo and lived there and helped in a community project. And maybe you can say some words about that when you are presenting. Your presentation is about Brazilian public security. For whom? Cultural implications of the globe security models at the World Cup 2015. Please come over.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's the first time that I'm on a stage like that in this podium, so be kind to me. My topic is Brazilian public security for whom? Cultural implications of the global security models at the World Cup 2014. And why can I speak about that, or why do I want to speak about that? As I just was said, I worked and lived 3 years in São Paulo in the south zone of the city and worked there in an NGO called Monte Azul, and they're working in 3 favelas. And it's in that region that I witnessed actually a lot of police violence, a lot of violence among the people, and that drove me actually to study more the public security in Brazil. And that's why I wrote my diploma dissertation about a criminal network in São Paulo. And I always tried as well in my professional life to be connected and stay connected to Brazil. So I worked on the Hamburg Football Club, HSV, as part of the team management and integration officer. And I looked after the Brazilian players. And so I'm very happy to be able now to concentrate my experience and my interest into this doctoral program I'm doing at the moment. And I would like to present to you today my research idea. I just started 6 weeks ago, so it's not that much of time, but I already have some ideas. And I think it's very important to speak about violence and public security in Brazil, connecting this topic with the World Cup that is coming up. So I think we all agree, and we heard a lot about that in this conference already, that there's a trend from the events going from the global north to the global south. And so they're went to South Africa, they're going to Brazil and to Qatar. But I think there's another trend as well, that those events go into countries right now where we have a huge lack of human rights. So I included Russia there, and I'm sorry, but I forgot to put China there as well. So I think it's worth to remember why governments want to host those games. And I think in the case of South Africa and Brazil, it's the case that they are willing to have prestige and to show the world that they are capable to host such games. And I think and that's the case for South Africa and Brazil, they wanted to use the security legacy to put their own state building forward. So they want to tackle their own criminal or crime problem for the security legacy of the games. And it's worth mentioning as well that behind FIFA and the IOC, there are huge advertising partners, and as well there is a security industry which has a big interest to go to countries like Brazil where we have problems with the public security. So those global security models of sport mega events, they oblige the host countries to use highly standardized models, to use the military in the urban environment, to use private security cooperation in public spaces, and they force them to use the newest technology of surveillance and security. So I think it is one thing when those countries, when those sport mega events go to a country like Germany or England, but what if the circus goes to high crime societies? And this is a photograph from Rio de Janeiro, but if we would look at this photograph in another context, we would maybe associate it with regions like Iraq, Afghanistan, or Syria. But it is actually Rio de Janeiro sometime in 2012, and it shows the military who is occupying a favela to have secure games in Brazil during the World Cup. So my main research question is actually, how does the global security model of sport mega events affect the Brazilian public security? And when we are talking about Brazilian public security, I think it is very important to know that there are 3 main elements, as I see it. A culture of crime, a state of crime, and an economy of crime that is producing the Brazilian crime complex. So when we are talking about a culture of crime, I think we have to ask what is happening in the public security in Brazil and in the violence issue we're talking about. So I think at first there are the homicides. I will talk about that in a minute. But then there's armed robberies all over the city, spreading fear in the cities of São Paulo, in all of Brazil. There's drug traffic, arms trade, criminal networks. There's this urban conflict in Rio de Janeiro. And there is state violence, foremost, carried out by the police and violating everyday human rights in Brazil. So when we are looking at these homicide numbers, and I like to look at them because I think they show us that there is a very big problem. So there is the map of violence, which is released every year, and they put the numbers of the homicides in Brazil between 2004 and 2007. We had more than 192,000 homicides in this period, and they compared it to Iraq in 2004 and 2007 in that period of time, and they had only 76. So in 2011, we had 52,000, more than 52,000 homicides a year. It's a rate measured of on 100,000 inhabitants, more than 27.4. To compare, Germany has a homicide rate of 0.8. So I think that shows that these epidemic numbers show that there is really a problem. And I don't hear anybody talking about that when they are talking about security in Brazil. So those numbers does something with the society. And it's not for nothing that about Latin America and Brazil, we are talking about cultures of crime and societies of fear, because throughout the history in Brazil, there has been a trivialization of violence, and it is reproduced in the media, among the peoples, and among the politicians as well, that use populist politics to applicate those kind of trivializations of violence. And that does something, and I think that it is the fear of the violence that structures the everyday life of everybody in the Brazilian society. So there's a discourse of violence, and it's Koenings and Kuh to put that very, very well talked, I think. Fear is the institutional, cultural, and psychological repercussion of violence. So if we are talking about the state and then an economy of violence, I think, of crime, I think that we have a problem in Brazil that there is a historical grown, long history of abuses from the state towards the people. And I don't even want to talk about the colonization and the epochs afterwards or about the military dictatorship, but it's very curious that after the transition from the military dictatorship to democracy, there have been 3 key elements of the society that did refuse to adopt democratic values, and that's the police, that's the justice system, and that is the prison system. The police still kills, the justice system is unequal for everybody, and the prison system still tortures Brazilians every day. So I think we can really talk about an institutionalization, trivialization of violence here. So when it comes to an economy of crime, I think it's very much anchored socially and culturally in Brazil. And there is the Brazilian sociologist Michel Missy who talks about 2 markets. The first illegal market trades economic goods and illegal goods such as drugs or arms or stolen goods. But there's a second very important market with political goods, he calls them. And political goods are actually all goods that you make use of public money or political resources, but that serves public employees for a private purpose. So that's the corruption, that's the favors, and that's the protection. That's the police deciding, I protect him and not she, or not her. So he is talking about an economy of corruption, which I nominate an economy of crime. And I think that these 3 elements of the Brazilian crime complex, with this culture of crime, with a state of crime, with the economy of crime, produces something and has produced networks of crime. And we are looking at São Paulo. There is this criminal network called PCC, Primeiro Comando da Capital, First Command of the Capital. And it's a criminal organization which was founded in the early 90s in the prison system. And it was founded because of a reaction of the prisoners that had to suffer these unhuman conditions in the prisons, and who reacted actually to a massacre in the biggest prison in Latin America, in São Paulo, in the current Rio prison, where the military police killed more than 111 prisoners who were unarmed. I think there's no discussion of that. So today, and then the state ignored this criminal organization for quite a while, and today this PCC is that powerful that they control over 90% of the prisons in the state of São Paulo and a lot of prisons in other states as well. And we can not talk anymore about drug traffic or arms trade in Brazil without mentioning the PCC. And I think there's another very, very dangerous fact. In the peripheries of the city of São Paulo, the PCC inaugurated criminal tribunals and to judge the people of their organization, but they are open for everybody and they are not selective. So people who have nothing to do with the world of crime goes to those criminal courts, informal criminal courts, to experience justice. And they do that because they've lost the trust into the criminal justice system of Brazil, of the state. So I think that is a very, very dangerous movement for a democratic nation. So, and there's another thing, they attacked in 2006 and in 2012 the military police. There was a conflict between the military police, and some weeks ago, I think 2 weeks ago, there is again a problem with the military police in São Paulo and the PCC, and they threatened the Brazilian state and said it will be a World Cup of terror. So I'm not sure if it will really be like that, but just to show the power they have to challenge the state. So when we're talking about cultural implications, I think that the case of Rio de Janeiro is very helpful to explain that. Because in Rio de Janeiro, we have a triangle of conflict. There are a lot of different drug traffic organizations that are fighting each other. There is the police who's fighting them, and there is the militias. The militias are actually composed by ex or still active working police members from all kind of polices in Rio, and they are actually a crime organization, but with members of the state. So we see in this conflict very well the three elements of the Brazilian crime complex: the culture of crime, the state of crime, and the economy of crime. So what is happening now with the global security model of the World Cup? I think that FIFA and the IOC and the Brazilian government try to tackle those kind of security problems with the wrong solution, because they try to, throughout the peacekeeping units of the military police, occupy the favelas and try to bring solutions there with the police as part of the solution, while I think that the police is part of the problem. So the main problem here, or I think is, and that's my main hypothesis, the global security models for the FIFA World Cup 2014 will strengthen, firstly, the militarization of the Brazilian public security and fortify the cultural conditions of violence and social exclusion. And it's happening because I think what they are trying to do is to put security in the place for a very short period of time. And they have no other option than do that with 11,000 troops at the final of the Confederations Cup, but they do not think about the cultural conditions that composes this Brazilian crime complex. So this will not be a solution that will remain and have longer and better solutions than to solve the problem of the public security. So I think when we are talking about public security for whom, I think there will be security around the stadiums. It will be very nice in there, like in Switzerland or in Germany or in England, to watch games, but it will not be for the most. So I think security for some, yes, but cultural and security legacy for the most. And I think that the cultural legacy really is the fortification of the Brazilian crime complex. And I would like to finish with a quotation of I think, one of the most intelligent commentators on public security in Brazil, Luiz Eduardo Soares, and maybe that introduces the next speaker, who says, "Occupy the police and not the favelas." Thank you, and obrigado.
Thank you, Dennis. Our respect for your first plenary performance. I think it won't be the last one. Regarding the content, couldn't be really regarded as a marketing presentation from the Brazilian Tourism Board, actually. Gosh. So, next speaker, Elizabeth Martin, president and founder of Brazil Police Watch, an initiative born from personal tragedy. And her story is about Killing for You, how Brazil is preparing for the World Cup and the Olympics. The floor is yours.
So my name is Liz Martin, and I am the proud daughter of a policeman. I am one of 5 sisters, and my oldest sister, Fran, had a son named Joe. And Joseph was funny and smart, and when he was a teenager, he fell in love with a Brazilian girl. And he taught himself Portuguese. That's how smart he was. In his 20s, he moved to Brazil for an adventure until his 30th birthday. So at this point in time, Joseph had been living in Brazil for several years, and he was fluent in Portuguese, and it was indeed his 30th birthday. And there was a group of people, and with him was an Australian tourist, and a kid grabbed her handbag. An off-duty cop was there, and he caught the kid. Joseph went up to them to talk. I suspect he might have known the local kid. And the kid used it as an opportunity to run away. So the cop took out his gun, and he pointed it at the kid, and the kid escaped. But he was enraged, and he turned to my nephew. And Joseph backed away until they were about 16 feet apart, and the cop shot him 3 times and killed him in front of a crowd of people. And I remember being so confused. Why would a cop shoot an unarmed man? And then I found out. You see, the year my nephew was murdered, and we saw the data, that year, 15% of all the murders in Rio were actually committed by the police. I would find out that Brazil has one of the most murderous police departments in the world. And as the daughter of a policeman, I never imagined that my nephew would die at the hands of a cop. In 2010, I went to Rio for the trial of the murderer, deeply ambivalent about Rio and Brazil. And I have to admit, it took me about half a day to fall in love with Brazil. I saw what my nephew saw, and I felt what he felt. So while I was in Rio, I was introduced to an organization of families of victims of police violence. It turns out there are 7 of these organizations across Brazil. And I was going to meet these people because they were getting together to participate in, I think it was International Women's Day, and there were lots of groups organizing, and this was my first introduction to them. And I was meeting them at a church, at a square. The church is called Candelaria. Candelaria is held up as a symbol of police violence in Brazil because, so it's a church, and homeless children would sleep on the steps of the church. And one night in the early 90s, a gang of 5 police actually went and executed 8 sleeping children. So I was approaching the square with my sister, and there was lots of activity, all these different groups, and it was very exciting, and I didn't understand a word anybody was saying. And in the distance, I saw our group. I could tell that was our group. They were wearing that signifier of tragedy, a t-shirt with the face of their loved one on it. So they were preparing for the march, and they were making posters. And anxious to be so respectful of their years of daily struggle, I said to this woman, "You tell me what you want my poster to say. What do you want me to write?" And she wrote, "Even Americans get killed by our police." And that was when I knew I was one of them. So I want to take a moment to put this in further context. Police in Sao Paulo kill at a rate 16 times greater than the police in New York City. On average, in Rio, someone is killed by the police every 16 hours. And all of this is justified by a perverse policy called resistance followed by death. And this policy gives the police license to kill. It enables them to be judge, jury, and executioner. So while I was in Rio, my sister and I organized a protest with the families of police violence, this organization, and we went to the statue of Christ the Redeemer. That's that beautiful statue that looks out over the bay. With us that day was a couple whose 11-year-old granddaughter had been killed by the police. And I thought, well, how does that happen? How does an 11-year-old get killed by the police? Well, someone asked Jose Beltrame, he's the Secretary of Public Security for the state, precisely that question. They asked about the high rate of civilian deaths. And he referred to it as collateral damage and said, if you're gonna make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. So that's how 11-year-olds get killed by the police. Also with us that day was a man whose 2-year-old had been killed by the police 20 years ago. His t-shirt was faded from years of protest. He had posters and photographs. There was a police helicopter circling overhead during our protest, and at one point, this man held up a picture of his baby to the helicopter as if to say, "This is why I am here. He is why I am here." So how did 2-year-olds get killed by the police? So the police in Rio have a fundamentally adversarial relationship with the citizens. They're military police, they are soldiers. There was a colonel in the police force in Rio who once said, "The police are society's best insecticide." And he went on to be promoted. That's how 2-year-olds get killed by the police. And finally, there was a woman with us that day who had 2 images on her shirt. She was loud. She was angry. Her sons had witnessed the police kill someone, and just days later, they were found executed. I came to understand she was so loud and so fearless because she had nothing left to lose. You know, police violence in Brazil is justified as fighting crime, they're killing criminals. And so as they clean up and get ready for the World Cup and the Olympics, this of course means they're killing for you and for you. There's a precedent of increased violence before mega events. In 2007, before the Pan American Games, in one day, police in Rio killed 19 people. So that's why I started the Don't Kill for Me campaign, to educate people outside of Brazil about what's happening in Brazil, to teach people about police brutality in the form of a petition to FIFA, the IOC, and event sponsors, asking that they demand meaningful police reform. My nephew is buried with his grandfather. My father, the policeman, could not protect him from state-sanctioned violence. But this might be an opportunity for us to help others. So I'm hoping you might join me in saying, "Don't kill for me, safe games for all."
Thank you, Liz, for this breathtaking presentation. Makes me a little bit speechless, and therefore I would like to say hello to the next speaker. It's Kimberley Schimmel, Associate Professor of Sociology of Sport at the Kent State University. And there are 6 research publications from Kimberley concerning the political economy of mega sports events, translated into Portuguese and published as a book by the University of Campinas in Brazil. And all chapters are in English and Portuguese, and if you're interested, please contact her directly. There is no profit involved. It's up to you.
Thank you. Well, okay. I guess part of the reward for presenting late in a conference is the opportunity, part of the reward for presenting late in a conference is the opportunity to make changes based upon subjects or things that have arisen in sessions before one goes, and I've done that. My focus now here is merely on a major event, not a mega event, and having anticipated something of what Dennis was going to say, it's not on the global security models or the transfer of security knowledge. My focus will be on U.S. domestic sport, and particularly on the Super Bowl. Now, I don't presume that everybody or anybody around the world wants to hear more about the United States. That's not really the purpose. But I invite you to consider that while the focus is on domestic sport, for me, I invite you to consider the context. And the context, in this case, is U.S.-style, late capitalist political economy and the military and legal structures that support it. The implications, therefore, are not contained in U.S. borders. So because you have it, you'll have access to all these slides. I put this up, and in the interest of time, these are 3 most recent resources, publications, all peer-reviewed, that some of the information that I'll talk about comes from, and you should have access to it if you want it, and if you don't, in your countries, contact me, and I'll be sure that you do. In those publications, you can, if you're so inclined, interrogate the theories that I argue, and I'll talk about none of them here. But you also have access to interrogate my sources and to look at the data and maybe some sources that would be useful to you or in other contexts. So there are a number of slides here, but most of them will be pictures, and so let me start. Right. So I'm going to focus on the National Football League. 32 franchises, 31 of those are privately owned, and that's important. They're placed in the largest market areas in the United States, and I know most of you are familiar with this. Its annual championship game comes at the end of the season. Obviously, it's usually in January, February. This next year it will be in New York. It's followed by as much hype as you can possibly imagine. Many of you are subjected to this hype and know it very well. This year, even the weather will be part of the hype as Super Bowl goes to a cold weather climate in New York. So that becomes part of the marketing strategy. Prior to this, Super Bowl stays in warm weather climates. You can see that that Miami has hosted the most. Important here, though, is my point is really not to talk about the weather, is to show, though, that Super Bowl, regardless of the teams that are in it, Super Bowl travels around the United States. It travels around based upon a bid, but that cities put forward. And therefore, the implications of Super Bowl and the effects of Super Bowl are multiple throughout the United States. This event will happen every year, and is likely to happen in someplace different every year. For 40 years, the U.S. military and the National Football League have had a long-standing, deep tradition. And these are probably pictures that you're used to seeing, and particularly if we've blasted them out from the United States. They consist of military color guards marching into the stadium, or the military marching band, the military chorus. We'll get live look-ins to U.S. troops stationed around the world or in ships at sea, watching troops watch the National Football League, watch the Super Bowl specifically, and the ever-inspiring flyover that happens just before kickoff. It's not always F-16s. Sometimes it's B-2 bombers, and sometimes it's Black Hawk helicopters, but this is a long-standing tradition. However, since the September 11th attacks, the representation of the U.S. military at this event has taken on a lot different and new dimensions. So stadium developments have always been put up as the symbol of a city's regeneration success. Look at our city, we're worth coming to because we have a beautiful new stadium. Now they're also positioned as symbols or as, in fact, terrorist targets. Consider the implications for a league that needs to get people in a stadium, but at the same time is putting forward the stadium as maybe a place for a terrorist event. So in this era, the expanding powers of the U.S. government, with its ever-increasing relationship and intensifying relationship between the National Football League, the military forces, law enforcement, and private defense contractors, creates, and again, in these cities all throughout the United States, increasing militarized domestic urban environments. And as a sociologist and political economist, that's been the focus of my work. Right, so now, when you want to develop a new stadium, not only do you have to keep in mind, if you're in all these stadiums, almost are publicly owned, not only is what is kept in mind is the owner's demands for profit and control, but also the league's demands for the requirements for the security of the events, particularly of Super Bowl. And those requirements include not only the physical structures, the architecture and some of the digital technology that goes into the structures, but reaches out into the cities, reaches out into areas that the NFL claims when its event is there. So it affects residents and community, the people who live there. And a Super Bowl is an incredible, extraordinary incursion into urban life. It restricts downtown movement of people throughout the city in the downtown area. And I should say that the last game of the season occurs, and then there's 2 weeks of Super Bowl hype. So the Super Bowl comes into town, and it takes at least 2 years to plan for this event. And remember, it happens every single year. It restricts your urban residents. It alters traffic patterns. It alters commerce in a city. And so these are clean zones that you all are used to, that everybody's aware of. And again, this happens every year in a different U.S. city. Only licensed products that are licensed by the NFLs are allowed to be sold in these areas. And it subjects people in the United States to security procedures that they don't encounter anywhere else in U.S. life. Anywhere else. Not even in U.S. airports. And for those of you who have had the displeasure of having to come through an airport in the United States knows that it's not a comforting situation. This is worse than that. In fact, the NFL prohibits city residents from running, just breaking out into a run, in an area that's declared NFL area. Okay? So undoubtedly, and without question, the extra demands of hosting a Super Bowl have been leveraged at all layers of government, from the top all the way through, to provide stronger and stronger linkages between security apparatus. And local police get access to Pentagon-level suppliers, technology, training, at a reduced cost. So if you're going to host a Super Bowl, you have access to all this security apparatus, and almost always, well, in all cases, it stays after the Super Bowl leaves. I'm going to run through a couple of just a few examples. And in each case, I've tried to put the logo of the Super Bowl so you can see where the city is. 2001 was also referred to as the Snooper Bowl. Every person who enters the stadium has her or his face digitally recorded and run through a police database. In 2002, the first Super Bowl after the September 11th attacks, this happened in New Orleans, the Secret Service declared that Super Bowl now and forever will be a national security level 1 event, which means that the agency in charge of protecting the president now protects the Super Bowl. Two things: the Super Bowl and the President of the United States. 2003, San Diego is 35 miles from the Mexican border, and the U.S. government uses all the people who want to volunteer at the Super Bowl. We've heard about volunteers this week. The U.S. government uses those people to have a dragnet to look for people who are undocumented and in the United States. 2004, a private security contractor is hired to screen everybody in a downtown area close to an NFL event. Jacksonville has access to Pentagon-level security cameras that it purchases to put on its stadium, but it also puts them in the streets of Jacksonville, and they stay there. Miami becomes the first place in the United States where civilians are trained in behavior recognition identification. An Israeli firm is contracted to train workers at the Super Bowl. In 2008, NORAD uses the Super Bowl to show its rapid response capabilities, following military technology across the southwestern United States. 2009, Tampa Bay gets a big contract with Microsoft so that it can integrate its security surveillance systems for the Super Bowl, but it also integrates the systems throughout the city where it stays. And finally, in 2010, Miami police get access to Pentagon suppliers of mobile identification technology, and those police use those on residents in Miami. And a bit of, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. The Pentagon announced in 2010 that the replay capability that the National Football uses in its games, was that a touchdown? Was he on the line? Will now be used in the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan. And in 2011, the U.S. government rolled out its "If you see something, say something" campaign at the Super Bowl, which essentially asks U.S. citizens to watch each other, and if you see something, and I would say someone suspicious, there's a number you can call and report that person straight to the government. Let me add one piece, and then I'll pull it back together. So after September 11th, there are numerous lawsuits. And by the way, I added this in because of conversations we had earlier about in a session about legal things. Okay, so after September 11th, there are numerous lawsuits against, as you might imagine, against airports and against airplane manufacturers, security agencies. A federal judge ruled in all of those cases that those cases can go forward because the idea that somebody could use an airplane as on a suicide mission to murder other people was, in the judge's language, potentially foreseeable. Now imagine, a judge has ruled that that was potentially foreseeable. Therefore, people who are injured can sue. Think of the liability cost for liability insurance for every manufacturer of almost anything. Not acceptable. Not acceptable for capital, certainly. The United States Congress responded almost immediately by passing the Safety Act, and part of the Safety Act ensures that the threat of liability gets removed for people who want to develop like safety technology or anti-terrorist technology. In other words, you want to make sure that you encourage people to try to come up with new technologies to keep people safe, as opposed to saying, why would I do that if I'm going to get sued? I can't afford the cost. So here's how that works. You develop a technology. It could be, I'll show you a couple examples. It could be anything, really. You know, maybe I turn this laser into, I can spy on your eyes and run you against something. And I'd like to be able to sell it, but I can't afford liability insurance. So what I can do is submit to the United States government my technology. And the Pentagon will evaluate it. And if they give it a stamp of approval, a certification, that certification protects me from any claims if a terrorist event happens, somebody gets hurt, and my technology was there. So it eliminates liability. One more little piece of legal, and then more pictures of jets. The legal foundation for this is a U.S. Supreme Court case established in 1988, where a U.S. Marine helicopter pilot crashed his helicopter during an act of war. He survived the crash, but he couldn't get out of his helicopter because the door was faulty, and he died. In fact, he drowned. The estate sued, saying, you know, the military should have known that they gave crappy helicopters. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of the helicopter manufacturer, and it served as a legal precedent for, it stood the test of time. It's called the government contractor defense, which says, basically, now you really can't sue in cases of faulty equipment. I'll explain that in a second. So, Boeing has the stamp of approval from the United States government. It's a certification. For the cockpit doors that you've all seen on commercial aircraft that happen now. You remember the days when you could just look in the cockpit? Boeing has a certified technology now for that door. If anything happens, you can't sue Boeing. IBM has one for some recognition software that it uses. The government and the Pentagon has stamped that with a certification. Northrop, which is a big Pentagon supplier, has one for its B-2 bomber. This is a Spirit bomber, by the way. If you don't go to a football game, you won't see it. Supposedly, it's invisible, so there's a picture of it. Northrop has the certification from the government. So does the National Football League. The National Football League has certification from the Pentagon for what's its technology. It's a 12-page document that outlines its security practices in the United States arenas and in cities. You can't read the document. It's impossible. I've tried. So what does this mean? What this means is if a terrorist action occurs in an NFL event or in any of these areas of the city that the NFL is in charge of, you cannot sue the league if anything happens to you, even if the league's practices are found to be faulty. The legal ramification of this in everyday terms is that the NFL is legally viewed the same as a Pentagon supplier, and the citizens are the soldiers in the war. Now, I got to say that the NFL, we need to be clear on this. The National Football League has a unique position in the United States in terms of sports. This relationship with the government and with the Pentagon is certainly mutually beneficial, but it is also the only relationship that exists like it. So it's mutually beneficial because, on the one hand, these strategies help to secure the profits of the National Football League, and on the other hand, the National Football League helps to secure consensus for the war on terror. Of course, Football League and the government will say that what this is really about is keeping fans safe. Maybe as Katia Rubio would say, oh, come on. I hear you say that all the time. Oh, come on. If you're really about keeping football fans safe, consider the fact that there are over 20 stadiums in the United States that are for college football that seat over 90,000 people, and they're always filled. The average NFL stadium, by the way, seats about 63,000, and not that your numbers matter, but look at the stadiums of the college football. What's protected are investments. What's safe is capital. It's not the football fans that are protected. It's the National Football League. Thank you for your attention. And happy Halloween.
Thank you, Kimberley, for presenting us another example of some sort of disbalanced security paranoia we've seen in other areas as well. So now it's up to you to ask your questions. If you have a question, please tell us your name and your affiliation, and keep it as short as possible. Yes.
Yes, Harry Solberg from Norway. Question and comments to Christopher Gaffney. Thanks for a very interesting presentation. I'm a bit confused when listening to you and Milesi earlier this today. I get the feeling, I mean, do you come from the same country? A couple of questions. When we talk about public sector funding, how is the distribution between the federal government and the local public sector? Because that is important. I mean, as an example, the South African model with 70, 20, 10. Secondly, the plan. I mean, you mentioned there were 4 stadia that were built in cities where there is no team, 6 where there is no urban use. I'm not sure what you meant by that. You can explain. Are there any plans for post-event use of these, for a clever post-event use of these stadia? And finally, I mean, private funding. I suppose that are clubs that own these stadia. Okay.
Yeah, the difference between the public or the federal, state, and local financing for stadia varies for each stadium. The BNDES, which is the National Development Bank, liberated 400 million reais for stadium projects for each city. Each city was also allowed an exception to the law of fiscal responsibility, which allows them to borrow more than they take in. And so World Cup cities were allowed an exception to a federal law that allowed them to borrow beyond their capacity to replace that money. And so in the case of the Maracanã, which I know better than most, is they had 400 million from the federal government, 600 million from the state government, and 200 million from the city to finance the stadium projects. These are all debt serviced, and the loans for that will be paid back over the 35-year period of the concession, which is effectively the life of one of these stadiums is between 25 and 35 years. And so as the concession expires, it will return to the state, which will then have to deal with the new reform and assume, again, the stadium as theirs. The other question about the four stadiums that we know will have no major football tenants are Cuiabá, Manaus, Natal, and Brasilia. Brasilia was presented this morning as a success story, as it's had a number of events and teams that are not from Brasilia playing there. For instance, Vasco, Flamengo, Corinthians have played in these stadiums, and they've almost filled the stadium, but with ticket prices that are just astronomical. And so, as we know, just counting the number of fans that go to the game in Brasilia in the 3 months since the Confederations Cup does not justify these expenditures. This is a novelty. These teams do not play in Brasilia very often, and if they're playing in Brasilia, they're not playing in their home cities. And so this creates a condition of artificial scarcity in the cities where they should be playing, with their homes. And so Flamengo and Vasco have gone several times to play in Brasilia, leaving their home fans without an option to go to the game. And then when they come back, the fans are, I got to see my team. So of course I'll pay any price to go see them. And so the monopoly condition of football, which is natural, is then made even these scarcer events that come back to your city, and you're willing to pay that. Not only that, the increased ticket prices following the Confederations Cup, we've seen a 200% increase in average ticket prices in Brazil. Brazil already has the most expensive ticket prices for football in the world when considered with minimum wage. These have increased even more. And so what we're seeing is that the entrance to the stadium, just paying to get into the stadium, has become a social filter. And so you pay to enter into a world of consumption. You're no longer going to participate in active sport. And this is what I mean by having no functional urban use. You're creating off-worlds, you're creating shopping malls, you're creating zones of exclusion. And the Maracanã has become one of those. The Corinthians Stadium will become one of those. And these are all publicly financed projects that then again create and aggravate the social differences that are that mark Brazilian society.
Katja?
Thank you very much. And my answer is to Dennis and Kim. Congratulations, Kim. But I loved your presentation. I'm really worried about what will happen in the Brazilian society after World Cup and after Olympic Games, because this system of security, this security system is not to the present, we know. And I'd like to know about what happens in South Africa after World Championship and this culture of security happened there after the World Championship. And I would like to ask you, what do you know about this system after the social movements, after the Cup and the Olympic Games? I was with a German group there in Brazil last May, and I'm really, really worried about what I listen that they want to do in Brazil.
Well, yeah, thank you, Katja. South Africa is not really my special topic, but there is one professor that in South Africa who's called Cornelsen, who wrote quite a lot about that. And there was a huge effort to secure the games in South Africa. And what happened is that they had more police officers in the streets during the games. But what we know today is that they are not anymore as much in the streets as they were during the World Cup. So there is no major change in the police behavior because they didn't challenge the culture of the police before and in the preparation of the World Cup. And today the same crime rates are still in place as before and during the World Cup. So at least during the World Cup there were a little bit less crime, but then it went up again. So the focus of the police in South Africa was repression as well. And I think if we are looking at Brazil today, and we talked about that German group, you told me that in the corridor, and I think their model, and we agreed on that, they are applicating in Brazil now, is not a model which knows the implications, the cultural implications of the Brazilian public security and about this history of violence and where does the violence come from. So what they are doing, they're using the same tools as they ever used, and that never proceeded and never succeeded in any major change or in a change in that composition of the public security. So I think that will continue bad as it is now after the World Cup and maybe be even worse. Yeah.
I'll just add, I don't know if this is on. I don't know if is it on? Yeah. I'll just, I wouldn't dare to try to speak about the local culture. I think that what I've tried to say is that there are some transnational transfers and transnational corporations, certainly global security alliances and private security contractors that, similar to the ways that we used to, and we still do, we follow the transnational money, Coca-Cola, Budweiser, or whatever. We certainly know that mega events offer opportunities for those transnationals to invest, right? And we've studied that political economy for a long time. The other political economy, of course, that happens is are the transnational security alliances and things like the G4S, which is the largest security contractor in the world, located in London, and is riddled with problems. Is now, I see, is looking to have some contracts in Rio. And Rio is teamed up with Interpol and others in other places in Brazil. Dennis makes a good point, though, is that local context matters, and that there are issues with training and with police and with the military in Brazil. But now what will happen is that those forces will have access to all kinds of technology, hardware, tactics, and training that they didn't have access to before. It's that same type of investment, right? And it's the same political economy that happens in the security industry as much as it happens in shoes and beverages.
Maybe I can just add something, that the perception of public security in Brazil is really related to a perception of we are secure if the state is secure. And if the state is secure, the citizens are. And I think it should be the other way around. So if they are now in hand with better technology, so they will really be able to protect the state, the government even better, and control the social classes as they always controlled in a better way. But that will not have an effect on the crime rates, on the homicide rates, and so on.
Okay.
I'd like to add something. In the petition that the Don't Kill For Me campaign has, one of our requests is that the police in all of the World Cup venues have training in non-lethal policing. And I was surprised when I started reading about this. I'm not a police expert. I'm unfortunately fast having some level of expertise, but I was surprised that it is not the case that all of the police have training in non-lethal methods. And so we can go from uses of technology and hardware to crowd control and using a baton instead of a gun.
So next question, Søren.
Yeah, I'm Søren Bang from Play the Game. I was just wondering if you'd started the discussion maybe now a little bit. It was also very interesting and touching to hear your story, by the way. But I think, what do you see as a long perspective improvement in Brazil when it comes to deal with crime and security? Of course, there must be tremendous social tensions also behind this, but also some more sort of short-term things to do, like reforming the police. And do you have any sort of suggestions of how it could be done in Brazil? And do you see the World Cup as only a bad thing in that way, or could it also help in some other areas?
I'll speak very, very briefly, and then I want to turn it over to the experts. But I developed this campaign actually with a lot of help from people from Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, the Harvard Human Rights and Law Program, and an organization in Rio, as I said, the Families of Police Violence. And my goal is to educate people outside of Brazil and let the Brazilians take care of Brazil. I wouldn't presume to tell them what to do, but their recommendations in developing our petition included things like non-lethal training for the police, demilitarization of the police, and a number of other measures. Oh, eliminating the resistance followed by death designation. My hope is that this is seen as an opportunity to begin that process. Some will happen over time, like demilitarizing the police. That's going to take a very, very long time. But training for the police in non-lethal methods could happen prior to the World Cup. So I think that this is going to be a long process with some short-term goals, some short-term achievements, but there's clearly a lot of work to be done.
Okay.
The protests in Brazil during the Confederations Cup were the largest protests in a generation and some of the biggest in Brazilian history, and the police were woefully unprepared to deal with this. And so we're just now seeing a call on the part of civil society to say we need to demilitarize the police, and this will take generations, likely. because there's not much interest on the part of the police in restructuring themselves, because they have tremendous power and wield it unequivocally wherever they go. The World Cup cities are required to supply police to be trained by FIFA in nonviolent methods within the zone of exclusion. And so you have a cordon sécurité around the stadium with heavily armed police, but then once you get inside that, you have soft policing. And then once you get inside the stadium, you just have people helping you find your seat. And so you have these levels of security that are designed to have the event be one of safe consumption. And so you go from the wild around the stadium to the zone of exclusion, to the comfort of your seat, to the passive consumption of the spectacle. That said, the events of this year have forced the military police to start trying to find ways to control crowds better. And they have been starting to have small units that will deal with protests. And so we've seen shifting tactics all along the way. And so there are things are very much in flux, and we don't know where they're going. One of the things we do know is that the arrival of all these technologies, the arrival of billions of reais in public security measures, all of the things that have been talked about here in terms of the spectacularization of the security apparatus is part of the performance of the mega event itself. And so if you don't spectacularize your security apparatus, then you're missing the opportunity for arms trade as well. And so the event in itself will make things worse. The protests have the chance to make things better.
Yeah, I would agree that this is the paradox thing, that on the one side there is the mega event who maybe tackles democratization, and on the other hand, if there would not have been the World Cup to Brazil, maybe there would not have been those protests. That can be an improvement in democracy in Brazil. But to talk about solutions, or maybe to talk about what is wrong in Brazil, is very, not easy, but it's more easy than to formulate solutions. But I think one crucial thing, what has to be done, and Christoph and I forgot your name. Lisa, yeah. Liz, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. Just said is that we have to reform the police. And in the constitution of Brazil, there are still two police forces, or at least 3 police forces. The military police, which is under a military regime until now, which is not governed by the federal government but by the states. And every state has its own military police. There's a civil police as well, and there's the federal police. So this creates something like a chaos in the states, and nobody sometimes knows who is responsible for what. And the military police, already in its name, shouldn't be responsible for the security of citizens, because it's the military. So they perceive the citizens as targets. And that is a main problem I think we have to tackle. But you're true that and at least in São Paulo, I know that, and I think in Rio it's more or less the same, that they have a very strong resistance to get reformed, because they are very powerful. There are different people in power that do resist against those police reforms. So, but that would be one piece. And maybe what is good for the World Cup and security, maybe really there can be some concepts that can be adopted after the World Cup. I mean, the UPPs, the police units, the peace police units in the favelas, where I really badly talked about them. But there are parts that may be adopted as community policing. But in the way they're done now, I think it won't work. But there, I think it's working.
So we have a very active panel over here, so when you ask a question, be sure everybody will answer. We have a lady in blue, then Jens, and another 2, 3, yeah. So short questions, please.
Okay, hello, my name is Tatiane Eugenberg. I am PhD student at the State University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Well, in Brazil we have 2 different versions of the protests. We have the traditional media information that's saying that part of the manifestants are violent, and that's why the police are fighting back. And we have the other information of the social networks and the media ninja telling us that the police starting the violence and some different theories. I would like to know about you guys that are living outside of Brazil. What kind of information are you getting about these protests? Are you getting this information that the traditional media are portraying, that some people are violent, that's why the police are fighting back? Or are you receiving the information that the police are getting violent?
The news media in the United States is as fragmented as the politics. So it depends on where you go and what you read. I'm probably not one to answer because I'm a news junkie and I read everything that I possibly can. There are so many news outlets that it seems every angle of a story that can be covered that's at least broadcast to other places we're getting. I've read both that. I've read about the complexity of the problem, and that's in major news outlets. That's CNN and places like that. Have not presented, at least I have not seen completely one-sided versions. I've seen just the complexity of the problem. And of course, the left is covering this as, a moment, a real moment and hope for change. And it's varied, but it is not, at least what I'm reading, it's not overly simplified. It looks extremely complex from an outside perspective.
I think that somebody asked me once what my biggest challenge is going to be. And I said that people either don't know or don't care. I think that the media absolutely skews the issue if you're not digging, digging and looking for good coverage. And that's the whole point of this campaign, is to try to get information out, drive people to the website, read about what's going on. During the protests, I'm working on my Portuguese, and you cannot read Twitter if you don't know the language. And social media, people abbreviate, people, add letters for emphasis. And I would sit during the protests weeping while I tried to understand what was going on. It was heartbreaking. So I am hoping that as time goes on, we get better coverage, more complete coverage of what's happening. Because right now, I think that we're being fooled, and where people aren't really closely paying attention, and you shouldn't have to dig so deep for this information. That's wrong.
Well, and maybe we go on to the next question then. Jens.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you very much all for your contributions. This is why we play the game, although it just does give us some troubles to think about that we would rather avoid to think about, because then life would be much easier, in short terms at least. It is really a troubling picture that you paint, and one of the challenges that I see is that if we sort of extend these presentations in time and geography until the very World Cup, it is like there is a very, very risky confrontation, seems inevitable, in the sense that we have these undisciplined security forces and we have a very active population. So whereas at this stage, you may have seen we were looking for mega events, but we found democracy, the next phase could be we were looking for democracy, but we found violence and reaction. So I would like to ask those of you who are activists, what can the activists do to minimize the risk, to ensure that there can be party and there can be democratic demonstrations, knowing the risk implied of engaging or inspiring all these heavily armed military police. So what is the role of the activists to get the message through while also making sure that this does not get out of hand? And I'm also saying that because there are groups at the extreme right and the extreme left in Brazil who want to make a chaos out of this because it serves their interests.
As someone that's been involved in the activist movements in Rio for the last 4.5 years, in the Comité Popular, also with fans groups, we're faced with also a very difficult situation because the police have infiltrated people to stimulate violence, to delegitimate the protests. And so what we've done with the Comité Popular is every time we have a protest, we have to communicate with the police when we're starting, when we're ending, what our trajectory is going to be. At the Confederations Cup final, there were 2 protests because the left is then splitting to say, well, we want to have conflict. We didn't want to have conflict with the police. So we had a protest that went out in the day. There were thousands of police, but they were all, desk people, and they all had their big bellies and their hats from 35 years ago. They're standing there just watching us walk by. But then in the afternoon, they brought in the guys that were in the gym all day getting ready for the fight at night. And so that's when they had 11,000 people against 10,000 people. And we had the violence and the tear gas and the rubber bullets and the cavalry coming after people. And so this is another one of the problems that we face as activists, is how do we get our message across on the street? Because there are no democratic channels to talk with FIFA. There are no democratic channels to talk with the local organizing committee. And because of the World Cup structure, the parallel government that is erected to host the events eliminates all kinds of democratic channels, even the weak civil society mechanisms that exist in Brazil. And so when you see people around the world on the street, it's a sign that democracy is not working. If it was working, you probably wouldn't be on the street with 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 people screaming for the head of the governor. That's not democracy. Having to cut off the head of the governor, that's the French Revolution. It might be okay in Rio. Actually, some people wouldn't mind that so much. But that's not what we're looking for. We're not looking to overthrow a system. We want participation. And the only way to do that is the long, painful, and tear-filled process, not only with the frustration, but with the tear gas, that gives legitimacy to the protests. And so the more that the police have gone against the protesters, the more legitimate they become. And this has been one of the best parts about this process in Brazil over the last 3 or 4 months. Of course, then we have the black bloc element that's come in, and very much complicated things. And it's a topic for a whole other discussion, perhaps at the bar.
Thank you. My question is to Christopher. Brazil won the World Cup bid when Lula was president, and Lula was judged to be a widely popular president, in touch with the people. I'm just curious to know, what do you think? Why do you think a government that supposedly been in touch with the people and had such popular support seems to be out of touch with the people when it concerns the matter of the World Cup?
Well, we have known Brazil would host the World Cup since the continental rotation system began in 2000. And so Brazil was the only candidate for the World Cup. And so Lula was president when it was awarded. And of course, Brazilians today still want the World Cup. And so promoting football, et cetera, is actually being in touch with the people. The way in which the World Cup is happening is not in touch with the people. And so I think the PT government, Lula's government, has been involved in so many corruption scandals that he's made a syndicate out of the government in many ways. And so all of the corrupt practices that were going on beforehand with his government have increased, and the mega events themselves have been vehicles for this continued corruption, and people understand that. And so I think people had hoped for some kind of reform, had hoped for the changing of business as usual under Lula, and again under Dilma, but that has not happened. And so I think that is with rising expectations, with a growing economy, with more people indeed entering into the middle class, the deceptions of that have been profound. And so there has been no meaningful political reform in Brazil under the Workers' Party government. And while they've distributed wealth in various ways, that has kept a certain constituency very happy, the people that are paying for those transfer of wealth programs at the federal level are dissatisfied with the services, with the transparency, with the democratic conditions that exist in Brazil, and that the World Cup in itself represents the failure to deliver on those promises.
So we have 8 minutes left. We have a question up here, one from a freelance journalist, a third one there.
Hello, my name is Roland Jack from a new organisation called I Trust Sport. Thank you very much for all your presentations. Probably a question more for Christopher. We've seen through the protests a division driven between FIFA and the government, and perhaps the opposition as well in Brazil. So it seems to me there's no longer any incentive for the Brazilian government to be seen to be complying with FIFA's demands, and the same would probably go for the opposition. That potentially is very dangerous, I would have thought, very complicated. How do you think that will play out over the coming months?
Well, we've seen this drama between FIFA and the Brazilians playing out over the last few years. FIFA says, well, the stadiums are not our responsibility, and neither is the transportation, but then the Brazilians are saying, well, it's FIFA's problem, you know, they're making us do this. And so it serves each of their interests to push responsibility off on the other. And so this tension, I think, will be resolved one way or another on July 13th, when the final is over and FIFA is gone. And so that's the end game. They want their money, they want to go on to the next place. The active tensions between the two, FIFA is not happy with the Brazilians, and vice versa, because if FIFA comes in as this parasitic institution that comes and directs certain elements of what happens in Brazil, the Brazilians feel, or they put themselves in a position of helplessness, and then FIFA says, well, you asked for it, we didn't make you do this. But it's like saying, well, my husband beat me, I didn't know he was going to do that when I got married. And so, who do you blame? You blame the victim, you blame the husband, you know, this is a bad marriage. And the psychological damage that that both of these partners have brought to the union is resulting in the confusion we're seeing, and each is blaming the other. And I think that will continue well through the World Cup.
Your question, please.
Okay, Afonso Moraes from Brazil. Actually, I just would like to add some more scary information here about Brazil, and congratulate our friend Christopher for his awesome presentation, with whom I agree 100%. Just to help you guys to understand why all those people in Brazil are coming to the streets claiming for his rights, for their rights.
And keep it shortly, please.
Okay. So I have this other document on me, just got from the presidency of Brazil. And it's very scary because we here have the numbers to explain the cartoon that Christopher showed us just about now, with someone claiming for more education. And here, in this document, official, says that from the period from 2002 to 2010, almost 28,000 schools were closed in the country part of Brazil. So that's very concerning, and I would like to add just the most of the rest of them left don't even have bathrooms nor potable water. Okay, so that's why that guy and millions more are asking for more education, for more respect. Thanks.
Thank you. We have another question over here.
Hi, Eduardo from Brazil, SESC. It's just a comment, actually, very brief. I just would like to say that we kind of feel underrepresented as Brazilians on the table, because it's a panel about Brazil, people's game or power games, and of course I loved all the presentations. You're very good at actually, but we missed more Brazilians in the table, so
this
thank
morning.
you.
Yeah. Thank you. Another question, yes. Yep.
Hi, my name is João Almeida from the Portugal NOC. I have a question for the table. In Portugal, we have a new board, and we intend to implement a strategy in the Brazilian diplomacy in Portugal, our foreign minister, and also in the organizations from the Brazilian civic society, to input and to put in the IOC the Portuguese as a working language, because we think the mega events there will occur in Brazil in the next few years constitute a fantastic opportunity to the Portuguese, which is a native language with more speakers than several other languages in the diocese, and our feeling from the political authorities, but also from the civil society organizations, is they don't have a sports diplomacy agenda, only a claiming agenda for internal affairs. And for us, Portuguese, it's a tragedy. We don't get this unique opportunity to promote our culture, our language. Why, in your opinion, this is happening? Thank you.
Concordo plenamente que português deve ser idioma do COI. But I think the sporting culture in Brazil is so closed, and as we saw earlier today, there's no national sporting politics at all. And so for the first time in the history of the World Cup, we have the president of the National Football Federation that's president of the organizing committee, and for the first time in the history of the Olympics, the president of the National Federation is president of the organizing committee. So these are very closed systems that have no interest other than their own to serve. There's no democratic input to Brazilian sport in any way. They're the old-fashioned coronels, the people that dominated their sphere of influences with power, and it's very similar structures to FIFA. And if we look at FIFA, it's actually a Brazilian institution created by João Havelange. And so these same sort of systems that we're criticizing in FIFA actually had a lot of their origins in Brazil. And so if we think about how FIFA has turned out, we look at how Brazilian sport has turned out. Why is Brazil so good in football? Maybe because they have so many poor people that are trying to get out through sport. And so the structure for Brazilian football is one of exportation. We export like we export natural resources to be refined in other countries, and then we buy them back more expensively. This is not a political system. This is simply laissez-faire, let the bodies be broken on the way to private profit. And so I think unless you solve that problem, you'll have no real political ways to engage the international community through sport to promote the Portuguese associations.
Jens has promised to be very short with his comment or question, and if you promise to be very short as well, it's okay.
I would just declare for that, yes, we would have wished to see many more Brazilians here. We had an open call for papers, and there were some Brazilians that reacted, like Tatiana and a few others. We have the deliberation, should we put all Brazilians in Brazil sessions, or should we mainstream some of the other sessions so they could include Brazilians? Because Tatiana, for instance, is a media researcher, and we have media research sessions. So, but I hope we also have, I would say, a good handful of invitations to Brazilians where we offered hotel, food, everything, but not the airfare, and that was a hindrance for some to make the priority. I just hope that this is a start, and that we will get many more Brazilians, because that's actually one of our main aims with having an arrangement in Sao Paulo and having this debate here. We want to Brazilianize the international debate, and we want to internationalize the Brazilian debate.
Very good. Two short questions. First one directed to you, Dennis. With regard to your academic research and as a former inhabitant in Brazil, would you advise or even strongly advise football supporters from all over the world not to go to Brazil for security reasons? And then question number two is for anybody in the panel. We have seen a very dark picture being sketched on the whiteboard here. And with regard to that, are we going to see football supporters that are coming back even in coffins or scared after the visit in Brazil, or B, are the people who have fallen, like Elizabeth, fallen in love with the country, have only seen the nice parts of the country, never seen any of the crimes or the death or anything?
I'll answer the last question. Yes. All of that. Sorry, go ahead. I turn it over to the experts, but I think it will be all of that. It must be. It will be all the things that you said about falling in love with the city or with the place, about the terrible things. There's too much complexity to be able to simplify and say, this is exactly what will happen. All those things will happen.
Well, I get this question quite often, and I always recommend to visit Brazil during, after, before the World Cup, the Olympics, always, because it's a wonderful country, and I as well fell in love with this country. But I think of course, you have to be cautious with some things, and in a different way as you need to be cautious in Aarhus, for example, or in other cities in Germany, for example, or in Hamburg, where I come from. So I would really recommend to go to Brazil and to enjoy it, but then to listen always very carefully to the people who are living there, because they know how things work. And I really don't think that, well, I lived 3 years in Brazil, and never ever, nothing happened to me, and I really lived in the outskirts, in the peripheries, in the favelas. So if you go after some rules that are existing in those places, you won't be hurt and you will not have any problem. That's my opinion. And well, yeah, I think there is no, and those conflicts I presented is really much more a national problem, I think, than for international tourists. Yeah. So of course, if you sit on Copacabana on a beach with a caipirinha at 3 o'clock in the morning, you will get robbed. You will. But if you don't do that, I think you can be there without any problem. I think you agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree that for people visiting the country, it's not, people are not jumping out of trees waiting to slit your throat when you're walking down the street. It's not like that. But as you mentioned before the Pan American Games, there was a massacre of 19 people, perhaps more. During the Confederations Cup, there was another massacre in Rio de Janeiro that didn't make as many headlines, but 9 people were massacred by the military police in the favela that's on the highway between the international airport and downtown. Every time there's a major event in Rio, there seems to be a massacre. Where will it be during the World Cup? We don't know. And so no one wants tourists to die. No one wants the streets to be unsafe. They will be guarded. The tourist areas, as we saw during the Pope's visit, were guarded by men with guns this big to protect the Pope. And so it's about securing the event, yes, and it's not necessarily, and part of that is securing the area for tourists. That happens at the expense of desecuritizing other parts of the city. And so the more police you bring into the Maracanã, the fewer are out in the suburbs. And so that's where the violence doesn't get seen. And so these events happen through violence, we know that. Who it happens to and where it happens and how it happens is a question that we really need to be concerned with.
We are 5 minutes over. I would like to close this session. I will ask my question off the record later on. Thank you for listening, for the very interesting presentations. And it's a coffee break right now, and we will be back here in 25 minutes. Am I right? Okay. Thank you.
Vi behøver ikke.
Nej, nemlig.
Henrik, han er også lidt med. Han behøver
Han har ikke spillet. Han har ikke.
Skal den trøje ned igen fra før? Har du noget slideshow, du skal bruge til
Nej,
noget?
jeg skal kun moderere.
Du styrer bare det hele.
Så der er maks 4, og jeg ved ikke, om de alle sammen har.
Nej, jeg har fået
James, please go to the man in the green shirt. Hello? Hello. Yes, you can hear me. I have a practical, or two practical things, or actually three. The first one is if Artem Moiseev is in the room, if there are something with your flights, so please go to the information desk if you, to the registration. They have some message about your flight in Moscow. And then Matula Karitsis, there is not a brown envelope for you in the registration. It's a white envelope. So please go in. I don't know what's in it. I would like to know, of course. And then at 7:30, 19:30 and 19:40, there will be a bus leaving from this place to the stadium where we have the farewell dinner. And you're all invited, and if you have picked someone up during your stay in Aarhus, please bring them, because we've lost a few delegates, so there's plenty of food. And if you live in the city center, there's a bus at 19:40 from Scandic, which is just opposite the railway station. So so that's a chance you have to go by bus. And then at the party from 10:30 and the rest of the evening and until the early morning, there will be shuttle buses circulating, so you can get home or whatever you want to do. But then I have the last announcement is that I will actually, since I'm the, I've actually decided to step down as chairman of this session, since I'm the director of the Danish Institute for Sports Studies and play the game, because I learned from this conference that it's not good governance to be a chairman and a director on the same time. And then actually from the beginning we planned to be two chairmen, because we thought we were going to be so tired that we couldn't really concentrate what they said anyway. So, but as you know, Mogens is already a president of ISCA, the International Sport and Culture Association. So he is now also actually stepping down to a lower level as a chairman. And I think that's a good example that many of those presidents we have heard about during this could maybe learn from this stepping down. So I will but now I will leave it to you to present the speakers. That is because he was challenging me, so we switched off his microphone.
Thank you very much, and I can assure you that stepping down from president to chairman is only temporarily. But welcome to this last session of Play the Game 2013. We will try to recap and wrap up the 4 days you have participated in. We have even bigger ambitions. We have high ambitions for this session. We will try to identify the most important challenges for our sector. And even more, we will also try to identify the best solution. In case we do not succeed 100%, let's say we only succeed 50% by pointing out the challenges, I think we should ask the organizers and the supporters to play the game again. This is not to demotivate you, but just to say that we might have a challenge here that is hard to overcome. However, with your help and the help from 4 speakers from very different sectors and backgrounds, we hope we can get closer to the challenges as well as the solutions. The procedure for this session will be that we have the 4 speakers. They will speak within the time frame they have been given. They know what the time frame is. After that, there will be 1 question from Henrik and me to each of them, and then we open the floor. When we come to the session about question and answers, there are 3 words you have to remember. The first is question, the second is comment, and the third is short. If you decide to put forward a question, we ask you to be precise. If you go for the second word, which was comment, we kindly ask you to remember the third word, which was short. So this is the procedure. Now we will hand over the word to Jens Weinrich. Many of you know him. There is a short description of him in the program. Otherwise, feel free to introduce yourself.
Does it work? Oops. First time in my life I look a little bit, feel a little bit strange. So, does it work? Yes. I'm actually writing a book. Some of you may have seen it out there. I got some graphics there. The Sheikh Al-Ahmed of Kuwait, a big fan and supporter of Thomas Bach, the new IOC president. I'm still in a working process. I hope to be finished in 2 weeks' time from now. I don't know. Partly, a few graphics I present you now will be published in my book as well. But most things I will publish, so to say, exclusively in the book. And for those of you, I can probably say something in the next few minutes, what is of interest for you, for those of you, and if you are able to read German, I can just recommend you to buy the book. So end of ad. The topic is Macht, Moneten, Marionetten. That's the topic in German. Macht, power, money, and marionettes, puppet players, the shift of Olympic power. So how can I use this? I never did it. Zack. Okay. I will be very brief. A few points. The system, the shift, key players, power holders, superpowers, and a few remarks. I was not asked, I was ordered by the bosses, by the big bosses of Play the Game to give you a few thoughts about journalism as well. So the system. I start with the system. This is quite difficult for a quick view, but I mean, this is something we consider as the extended Olympic system, so to say. We got in the middle of all, we got the IOC, owner of the Olympic Games and the symbols. We got the Olympic Charter. The problem with the Charter is, or I don't know, it's not a problem for the IOC. The Charter does not contain the word corruption. So we can ask why, probably because there's no corruption in the Olympic movement. I don't know why. So, but that can be the case. We have the NOCs. There's always a discussion if there are 205 or 204. The IOC says now 204. I don't know. Probably they took out India because India suspended. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We have the 35 international federations, and all of them are always dealing with 3 or 4 Olympic organizing committees. Right now, they are dealing with 4. We have Youth Olympic Games since a few years. And we got, this is probably a little bit too small, we got this special association, which will become much more important in the next years, called Sportakkord, Association of All International Sport Federations. I think 91 different sports and plus 10 more federations, more than 100 federations. That is the so-called Olympic system. I took out water and some others, and I just gave the dollar signs for saying that this is the money from public sectors and from sponsors. So, and this system works almost without transparency and almost without control. The shift. There have been some main decisions since last year, in the year 2012 and 2013. I say probably some of the decisions were not really elections because power was just shifted. I give you some examples. But nevertheless, it's very important to consider the new power holders, and the winners of all these decisions. We have, first of all, we have ANOC. ANOC is the Association of National Olympic Committees. As you have seen before, 204. So we have one president. Are you still president? Yes, we have one president in the room here, an old friend of Play the Game, and one of the organizers of the Olympic Congress 2009, actually in Copenhagen. So ANOC president became the president in early 2012, Sheikh Ahmed Al-Sabah from Kuwait. So the second important decision was made in May this year in St. Petersburg, Russia, Sportakcord, again the association of all international sports federations. The new president on the left you see, and you will see our friend Sheikh Al-Sabah as well. The new president is Marius Witzer. In English you would probably say Weiser. It doesn't matter. Marius Witzer, born in Romania, actual citizen of Austria, living in Vienna. If you Google or if you read an article just recently written by Grit Hartmann, you will find a lot of interesting details about his life. Gambling, some allegations of corruption and serious crime. Of course, Mr. Weiser is always saying, okay, listen, I'm not convicted. I'm totally clear. There's nothing to say anymore. Mr. Weiser is also, a few years ago, he became president of the World Federation, International Federation of Judo. Judo is very important because, I come to this later, because judo is the sport Vladimir Putin has done. He has this 10th dan. He has this black belt and is a lover of judo. And he also supported Marius Witzer to become the president of the International Judo Federation. At this time, there was a bloody fight going on against the incumbent from South Korea, the former IOC member Park On-young, and Witzer was able to succeed. So, and then we have had the most important election just recently. You see on the right again, our friend the Sheikh. Thomas Bach succeeded to become the IOC president on September the 10th in Buenos Aires. So, plus, I mean, I'm just talking shortly about the decision for positions, plus I take one of the statistics Søren Bang has presented yesterday, plus we have to consider the shift in terms of mega events, the shift over the past few years, the important shift in hosting events, not only mega events, also big world championships and everything. You know what happened? Qatar 2022, the World Cup in football, Russia 2018, and when we got the Olympics, we talked a whole day about the Olympics and the World Cup in Brazil. A lot of the mega events went to BRICS states, and Russia also in Sochi and the World Cup in 2018. I did another analysis. I counted all World Championships in the Olympic sports since 1980. How many years are that? More than until 22, more than 40 years, and I used a special point system. Just one example for a daily event where you just need 1 day and one ordinary sports hall, I gave 1 point, and for the Summer Olympics I gave 35 points. You can say it's just a game to do that, but I wanted to create something like a point system. It's not a surprise that the US have always been number one in the 80s, 90s, and in the early years, from 2000, 2009. And Germany has been number 2, and you will hardly find Brazil. Yeah, you can find Brazil here. Of course, you cannot find Qatar yet. But if you look only at the ranking from 2010 to 22, of course, and that's according to the statistics Søren has presented, of course, we have considered a lot of changes, and the US, for instance, and Germany. Oh, I'm sorry, that is still in German. US and Germany went down extremely. So this is all connected, of course, the power shift in hosting events and the shift in the positions in the big international sport federations. Some of the key players, just briefly, and I will only talk about the last IOC elections in September now. The old president, the new president. If you are interested, I have given a prediction on my blog, and I was wrong with some of the names, but at the end, in terms of the number Bach has gotten, 49, I think, I was totally right. I got 2 lists. One was generally regarded as certain votes for Bach, and I think I came to 36. And the other list was potential votes, swinging votes. And if I count half of the swinging votes, because of course for him or against him, so I have to count 36 36 plus 13, and then I come to 49 votes. And probably 3 or 4 names are not right, but if you are interested in, you can check it, where he got his votes from. So some of the key members, I consider key members after talking to, I don't know, 30 to 40 IF presidents, IOC members this year, asking all more or less same questions. And one question was always regarding the power holders. And the question was, how influential can a key member be? We were talking, many years we were talking about the unbelievable power of people like Kim Un-yong, the former IOC member from Korea, or Samaranch. I mean, they always have worked together, and they had put their forces together in most elections. And there we were talking about a number of votes, let's say 30 to 35. This was the famous Samaranch package. Today, if people are talking about key members, they are talking about maybe 3 to 5 votes, maybe less. And that is common, according to my, I wouldn't say investigation, talks to many, many people with the power to vote. According to them, maybe 2, 3, maybe 5 votes. That is, people who are able to do this are considered to be a key member. John Coates from Australia is one, very important for Thomas Bach to become the president, extremely important. He was elected, I think, in 2010 as CAS president of Court of Arbitration for Sport. He was supported, of course, by Bach against Dick Pounder this time. He became, in Buenos Aires, he became the IOC vice president, and just recently, 2 weeks ago or so, Bach made him the head of the 2020 Tokyo Coordination Commission. And he has been the CEO, I think, CEO he was in Sydney 2000. Interesting, if we are talking about Court of Arbitration for Sport, and if we are talking about transparency and all these things. Remember, when Sydney has won the games in '93, there was a session held in Monte Carlo, Monaco, and there was a race between Sydney and Beijing. And the Australian, they got the information one night before that Beijing is going to win. What did John Coates do? Together with Rod McGach, they went in a restaurant and they invited 2 African members, and they made, after midnight, they made contracts with 2 African members. I think the number of US dollars was 50,000 or so. And the $50,000 were supposed to go donated to the foundations of the 2 African IOC members. I think in Africa they are still looking for it. Everything what I'm saying about this donation is well documented. It came out during the Salt Lake City scandal when some journalists in Australia also did their investigation, and everything is documented. There was even an investigation commission in Australia. You can find everything on the web or in certain books. So Pat Hickey, Ireland, Bach supporter, president of the European Olympic Committee, just announced I think the honorary president of Marius Weiser's Judo Federation, and right now organizing in Baku, Azerbaijan, the first European Games. Nobody knows why we need in Europe European Games. Niels, can you tell us later on? I don't know. I don't know why. What people are telling me is it costs probably around 1 billion euro. We don't know. So Lambis Nicolaou from Greece, he would like it if he would hear that I consider him to be a key member. He is the one who has best contacts to the royals. And if he was able or not, I don't know, but people consider him to have contacts and working for Thomas Bach. One of the backgrounds is this guy has studied in Munich many years ago. Sam Ramsamy, South Africa, I always consider him to be the international relations manager of the German NOC in Africa. He is married with East German women, and even the families, Bach families, Ramsamy families, they are always together. And I would guess if, and then in the next years, 24, 28, or 32, during the presidency of Thomas Bach, if Olympic Games will be awarded to Africa, they will go to South Africa. There's no other place. Laminiak, you know him, International Athletics Federation president, also very important for Thomas Bach, and Prince Takeda from Japan, just shortly. So far the key members, now the power holders, this one, of course. If you ask how many votes is this guy able to deliver, of course I don't know. People saying maybe 10, maybe 12, maybe less, I don't know. But again, definitely not 30 or something, impossible. So just a few positions for those of you who are not so familiar with him. He is the president of ANOC, I told you before, the Association of National Olympic Committees. He is very important and influential in the Asian Football Federation, and he made the Bahraini, what is his name again, Sheikh Salman. Salman, he made him the president in May as well, again in a bloody fight in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. He made Marius Weiser president of Sport Accord. If you want to see the pictures and everything, okay, I have to hurry, I'm sorry. Handball, we heard about him yesterday by Christa Aal. Even his right hand, his Zadlatus, Hussein Al-Musallam, even this guy is vice president of FINA. He is doing everything for the Sheikh. He has done business with Thomas Bach. Kuwait is the biggest investor in a company. Thomas Bach is head of the board of directors. Then he was a former OPEC president. A lot of corruption allegations, just a note, in Kuwait about him. Even in Kuwait, they consider Sheikh Ahmed as very corrupt. And even one of his former right hand, before Al-Mutaleb, Even he got millions from ISL company. I must show only this for a few seconds, because whenever I was coming to play the game since 2002, I was talking about ISL. So at least I have to give you this short version. Even, and we have also again the connection, the Sheikh and his former aide getting millions, well documented, on court documented from ISL. The ISL founder, shortly, this guy, you know him, Horst Dassler, you know this guy here on the right, is our new IOC president from Germany. He has served in Adidas as Horst Dassler's Adler's right hand from 85 to 87. Many people in IOC get to know him as Mr. Adidas, as the right hand of Thomas Bachler. Right now, of course, Thomas Bach is saying, "Oh, I was there just three months more or less. I have worked with Horst Dassler." There was nothing at all. But in fact, he got his sport political education in Adidas by Horst Dassler. No question at all. For juridical reason, I have to say again, Thomas Bach had never any knowledge about the system, about bribery systems created by Horst Dassler in ISL and Adidas. Some last remarks. Superpowers. I think we need to have several steps, and I talked about key players, power holders, superpowers. Now it comes not only anymore to countries, but to persons, to officials. We are coming to countries. I see right now 2 superpowers in international sport. It's not rocket science. You have Qatar, you have Russia, and both countries have not only huge amount of monies, we never heard about it before, investing in sport and sport-related projects. Both countries have a plan, projects, ideas. Sport is an integrated part. If you compare it with Sheikh Al-Sabah, it's his personal thing. Playing field, something like this. James knows it much better probably, and he will talk about Qatar later. But these countries, they have a plan. So Qatar, you know this, the many world championships in Qatar. You know the many sports clubs, football clubs, they are going to buy sponsorship and everything. I just gave you a few. It's important to have at least an overview, and you have to consider some of the most important organizations connected with this big plan, Qatar, the National Vision, Qatar 2030. Russia is I think a little bit more complicated. And that it's also just an overview that is extremely, extremely interesting. And you have a lot of more information if you compare Russia and Qatar. Of course, you have a lot of more information about Russia. You can write books and books and books about it. Just a few lines, and then I will be finished. Vladimir Putin, of course, is the head of all. I mean, there's nothing going on in Russia on a certain level without his ukaz or without his yes, without his allowance. Gazprom, state-owned Gazprom, is the main company. There are others as well. Gazprom is the main company. You know that. Gazprom is also the sponsor of European Champions League, just recently became FIFA sponsor. And a lot of Gazprom managers have positions in international sport as well. Russia has 4 IOC members now, 2 former KGB agents, Vitaly Smirnov and Shamil Tarpishev. We have Alexander Popov, the former athlete, and we have now Shukov, the NOC president and former minister. They have a lot of IF presidents. I just give you 2 examples. Alisher Usmanov, actually the richest Russian according to Forbes list. Usmanov is president of International Fencing Federation, and there's also a connection, of course, to Gazprom. and he is, since many years, he is CEO of Gazprom Invest Holding, investing dozens of billions of dollars. Marius Fizer again. Other oligarchs connected with Sochi, for instance, Deripaska, Potanin, and then it comes to the friends of Vladimir Putin. Just one example, Rottenberg, there are Rottenberg brothers. One of the younger one is Boris. I mean, I think he has, according to Forbes, 1.2 billion right now, and the other one is Arkady, and he is worth 3-point-something billion. What is important for us now? They have a lot of sport clubs and everything. Just recently, yesterday, there was an announcement in Finland about the Continental Hockey League. What is important for us is Rottenberg got contracts in Sochi, I think 22 or 21 contracts in an amount of 7.5 billion US. And according to Boris Nemtsov, you have to read his analysis about the corruption during the Sochi Games preparations. According to Nemtsov, there's a corruption margin up to 50%. If that would be true, then Rottenberg would gain, let's say, a few billion US. What is he doing with it in sport, for instance? Fizer in Sportakkord has one plan. One of his plans is to establish a World Bank of Sport. He also wants to establish a World Lottery of Sports and something more. And Rottenberg, the judo buddy of Vladimir Putin, is doing the business in Sportakkord with Fizer together. Yeah. So I don't like to talk about journalism. Huh? We can do it later if you want. Okay.
Fine for me. Thank you, Jens Weinreich. I will not try to conclude on the presentation, just say that I have a feeling that you touched upon more challenges than solutions. We will head on to the next one, James Dorsey. And by the way, I'm over here for your signals.
Thank you. I apologize to those who were this morning at the ICSSP session. The first bit of what I have to say is going to be a bit of a repetition of that. Jens, in many ways, paved the way for me in illustrating what I think is a key point and what has been the elephant in the room over the last 4 days in terms of discussions that we've had about reform, about accountability, about transparency. And Tolga Schimmel, in his presentation on Turkish soccer, illustrated it very much in much the same way as Jens did when he described the political associations in terms of sponsorship and other things between sports, and particularly between football and politics in Turkey. Fact of the matter is, as far as I'm concerned, the separation of politics and sports is a fiction. In fact, I would argue that sports and politics are joined at the hip. And the sooner we bury this fiction and recognize this as a fact and put it on the table, the sooner we would be able to start discussing ways of how we regulate, create a code of conduct, whatever form of governance that will then open the door to a lot of the problems that I think are intertwined in sports. I would argue that if the Middle East and North Africa is not the prime example of that inextricable relationship between politics and sports, much in the way in which you described the role of Sheikh Ahmed al-Sabah, it certainly is one of the foremost examples. And Sheikh Salman, whom Jens mentioned, was elected earlier this year as the president of the Asian Football Confederation to fill the term, that period of the term that was left over after Mohammed bin Hammam had been dismissed. There was nothing wrong with his election, but indeed, he came to power by virtue of the fact that Kuwait had the muscle to not only persuade a whole host of nations that may have been easier persuadable, but he's probably one of the very few people who's been able to twist the arm of the Chinese, who withdrew their candidate. It does raise, however, or his election does raise, however, the issue of that relationship between politics and sports. Sheikh Salman is a man who is head of the Bahrain Football Federation Association. He is a member of the ruling family of Bahrain. His office stands accused, but to be fair, there is no evidence for that. His office stands accused of having fingered 150 athletes, sports executives, and others who were arrested or dismissed from their jobs because of because they allegedly had participated in the popular uprising in Bahrain in 2011 that was brutally squashed. However, to the credit of the Bahraini government, it did actually initiate an independent investigation of the way that revolt was squashed. And the result was that there was torture, that there was police brutality. 3 of those people who were brutalized, they were denounced on television as traitors, they were arrested, they were tortured, and in one case, sentenced to prison, although that prison sentence was never implemented under pressure from FIFA, were 3 of the country's national football team players. If you ask Sheikh Salman about any of this, he will tell you sports, the separation of sports and politics begins at the entrance to the offices of the Bahrain Football Association. No less could be the truth. We can go through, and I've done that this morning, and I'm not going to go that in greater detail, of example after example of how politics and sports, particularly in the Middle East and North Africa, is intertwined. There's one example that I do want to spend some time on, and that is Qatar. I should warn you, if anybody were to track my journalistic record, and they would go back to the beginning of my journalistic career, they would probably leave the room now because you would conclude that my predictions are totally wrong. When I first visited the Gulf in the early 1970s, I walked away and wrote, "These states cannot survive. They're not sustainable. They're not viable." Well, we're 40 years later, and they're still there. However, if you also go back to that period, you would note that one of the first pieces I wrote on the Gulf was to describe Gulf states as apartheid states. And it was a reference to their treatment of foreign labor, and it was a reference to their treatment of Bedouins who are nationals but not recognized as citizens. And I've written frequently about that labor situation since. The article in The Guardian recently was a great piece of investigative journalism, but we all knew about it. The issue of foreign labor, you can probably fill libraries with the number of reports by Amnesty International, by Human Rights Watch, by whatever. Nobody ever paid any attention till now. Which leads me to what I think will be maybe a statement for which I will be thrown out of this room, but I really think that despite all the problems that there are with Qatar, labor problems, human rights problems, transparency problems, the country's an autocracy, no question about it. It recently sentenced a poet to prison for a poem. But having said all of that, I still would argue that discussion, and a lot of the discussion as is implicitly been here over the last 4 days, is partially motivated by external agendas, by envy, by sour grapes, by arrogance, and by prejudice. If you look at the facts on the ground, first of all, one has to understand, and this goes back to my point about sports and politics, Why is Qatar doing this? It's a very simple cost-benefit analysis. We heard from Bonita earlier this week about the Australian bid. And the Australians, for what they wanted to achieve out of bidding for the World Cup and possibly winning the bid, in terms of country branding, in terms of what other leveraging they wanted, that was worth $45 million to them. It's a subjective figure, but that was what it was worth to them. They could have put $200 million on the table if they'd wanted to. That bid wasn't just worth it to them, because in relationship to what they were trying to achieve. For Qatar, this is not about country branding. This is not about leveraging business opportunities or whatever. Sure, those are all secondary advantages, but they're not worth the money that Qatar's putting on the table for this. What is worth the money is Qatar learned a lesson in 1990. It actually learned 2 lessons in 1990. The first lesson was when the Iraqis invaded Kuwait, that Kuwait was able to marshal the international community to come to its aid. The second lesson they learned was that the Saudi defense umbrella, which they had at the time, wasn't worth the ink on the paper in which it was written. The Saudis could not defend themselves, let alone defend Qatar. This is leaving the Qatari-Saudi relationship aside. They since have an American defense umbrella. And while that defense umbrella is there, they're never really sure whether if and when a day comes that they need it, it really will be there. They can buy whatever weapons they want. They can hire as many Bangladeshis, Pakistanis, whoever, to fill the rank and file of their armed forces. Iraq or whoever else it would be would probably roll over them quicker than they rolled over Kuwait. The only thing they have in terms of defense and security is soft power. And what better tool than the most popular form of popular culture in the world, football, and then all the other sports. So the cost-benefit analysis that is involved in this, and the reason why you're doing this, is a very different calculation from any other bidder for a sports mega event. I would also argue that they're doing this in a much more structural fashion than the only other comparable states to them, which is Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. Bahrain sponsors the F1. The UAE does tennis tournaments, tries to attract some international federations to set up headquarters in Abu Dhabi. For whatever it's worth, the Qataris, one, see sports as part of the national identity they are trying to develop. And two, most of us come from countries where the sports industry, the whole sports sector, is an organically grown sector. They're building it A to Z. From one day to more or less, figuratively from one day to the other. So what I'm trying to say with this, one is, what better link between sports and politics, but also in looking at this bid, you've got to understand what this bid is about. There's no question that labor conditions in Qatar are onerous. But I would also suggest that one looks at 2 things. And mind you, the Qataris are their own worst enemy. They will not tell you any of this. Look at what has happened in what is now 2.5 years since the World Cup has been awarded to Qatar. And look at what are the underlying issues that you're confronting when you talk about the labor issue. The labor issue has three elements, as far as I'm concerned, with regard to the gutteries. One is the material labor, material living and working conditions. If you looked at guttery labor regulations and laws, and we'll come to the kafala system in a second, they're actually not all that bad in terms of, and there have been significant improvements in the last 2 years, to the degree that there are Gulf investors today who will no longer invest in Qatar because the labor regulations are too tough for them. More importantly, if you look, and I find much the charters that have been developed in the last year or year and a half with regard to workers' rights, more important than the charter of the Supreme 2022 Committee is the charter of the Qatar Foundation. And not only is that charter more important, as far as I'm concerned, what they're doing with that charter is more important. If you look at the, thank you. If you look at the migration cycle, the migration cycle is recruitment in the home country, the transport to Doha or to Qatar, the actual period that the worker is in Qatar, and the exit. One of the most onerous parts of that cycle is the recruitment. By the time that worker arrives in Qatar, he's indebted for years to come. On average, a human resource manager of the company that is hiring him gets $500 to $600 kickback per worker. The key, to me, the key principle in the Qatar Foundation's charter is a worker shall not pay for his recruitment. Nice words. What are you going to do about it? The foundation actually is looking at what to do about it. They've sent delegations to Bangladesh, to Sri Lanka, to various other countries. And they have three options. To the best of my knowledge, they haven't decided which option they're going to choose. But the three options are, you can cut out the middlemen totally, set up your own recruitment system and do it yourself. You can work with government employment agencies. The problem with that is that many of them are corrupt. Or you devise some formula in cooperation with what are termed ethical recruitment agencies. Whatever they do, what it tells me is that there is a serious effort to change this. Now, the serious effort to change this has both positive and negative sides to it, if you wish. The positive side is they're trying to change. And frankly, in my mind, without the World Cup being awarded, this would not have happened. Just to sidetrack for 1 second, and this goes to my second and third point, what this has also done has sparked discussion not in Qatar in terms of the status of a foreign community. And keep in mind, when we're talking about a foreign community, Qataris are at best 10 to 15% of the population. They are at best 6% of the workforce. With other words, anywhere up from 85% is non-Qatari. 94% of the workforce is non-Qatari. In the United Arab Emirates, it sparked a few very brave people, like Sultan al-Qasimi, a member of the ruling family in Sharjah, to raise the question of citizenship. It's, in that part of the world, revolutionary, and would not have happened without the World Cup. The key point here is that in discussing labor rights, if you want to change labor rights, and I'll end in a second, If you want to change labor rights in Sochi, in Russia, it's a question of political pressure, probably. You achieve that change of labor rights, the fundamental nature of Russia will not change. The fundamental political structure of that country will not change. If you do it in Qatar, you're talking about, from a Qatari perspective, giving people a stake in a society. They know that this demography is not viable. It's not sustainable. But there is no emotion, no human emotion that is more irrational than fear. And this is about fear of existentialism and not knowing how to deal with it. And so, yes, the reforms are necessary. Yes, a lot of change is necessary. Yes, this is an autocratic state. But unless you understand what you're dealing with, you're not going to achieve it. Thank you.
Now I have to consider my words carefully, because it was my intention to say that we are now entering to a person representing the knowledge sector. But I will add, we are going to another knowledge sector, from 2 journalists to a professor. Please welcome Margaret Talbot.
Thank you. I am a professor, but I'm all right, really. So, okay. I'm going to be as quick as I possibly can. Just to say very quickly, this is IXPE's mission. Those of you who are interested can look at this on the website. But just to say, we're not just a bunch of nerds who talk and contemplate our navels. We are trying actually to do something, which is, I think, great fun. But we are an active organization. And we have some strategic priorities. They're big, big priorities. And some of them are more progressed than others because of the element of leadership which has driven those priorities, but also opportunity. So quality physical education is much further ahead than the other 2, but we're making progress on those too. Physical education, the challenges of physical education, this is our position statement, so we define our terms. Again, if you're interested in the definition, you can read it. But I do want to just highlight the fact that it's not sport, it's not physical activity, it is a systematic pedagogical enterprise which is supposed to be inclusive and which helps children move efficiently, effectively, and safely, and understand what they are doing, the outcome of physical literacy. And that's why it's special. Challenges for physical education. The first big challenge is to articulate its unique contribution. Physical education has not done that very well, especially to parents. Children actually quite like physical education until they get to halfway through high school. That's a generalization. But in general, they quite like it. And one study said, my favorite subject. So there are a few myths about whether children benefit from physical education. Girls and women need physical education more than boys and men because they are more dependent upon it to learn the physical skills, confidence, and understanding they need for participation in physical activity and sport. Another challenge is to secure a sustainable place within curriculum time. It's a big, big issue. It's been losing ground over the last 3 decades. But there are some encouraging signs that in some countries there's a recognition that it's coming back. These overlapping, often conflicting policy expectations are a real issue for physical education. It has to meet educational criteria to deserve a place on the curriculum. Otherwise, why should it have a place on the curriculum? But we haven't been very good at that within the profession. We've been too good at dancing to other people's tunes. And sometimes those tunes are sporting tunes, sometimes they're health tunes. And I'll come back to that. because the evidence of our contribution in those 3 areas is desperately needed. Huge, huge challenges. Challenges of physical education to the rest of the policy landscape. I do think that there is a role as moral guardian, respect for one's own and other people's bodies and contributions. That's a really fundamental piece of social education, which no one else in the school curriculum can convey. And I think also there's a need for a cultural change in sport from talent identification towards retaining participation and talent development. And physical education pedagogy helps to support that, from hot housing and overexposure to competition towards age-appropriate learning. And lots of federations are now adopting that model. For me, teaching and coaching are closer together than they have ever been in my professional life, and that's welcome. Technology transfer between teachers and coaches is desirable. The technical knowledge of coaches and the knowledge of children's development and pedagogy from the teachers. That's rich. A common shared pedagogy, that's what we should be aiming at. Huge challenge, but worthwhile. And the International Council for Coaching Excellence has just published a framework for coaching which underlies a lot of this cultural shift. But we have these colliding worlds of physical education and professional sport. We know this. First 2 days of this conference, I sat there thinking, well, since everybody accepts the normalized behavior of professional fouls, etc., how does that leave the physical education teacher with small children who are learning moral codes around sport and through sport and competitive activity? And the question I have, should physical education teachers abandon even trying to teach right from wrong? I think that's a big question for the whole of sport to answer. Because if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Okay, let's move on to science, because I was given both to do. You know, easy peasy. Science function: to observe, listen, analyze, question, and inform. And I love this quotation from Martin Luther King. It's so, so right. And it says quite a lot about what has just been discussed about the way in which incestuous organizations reproduce in their own images. Because that's what you've all been talking about for days. It's surprising how many people find it difficult to think about what they know best and value most. It's uncomfortable. Now, the XP position is very clear. Science in the service of sport, which is ethical and inclusive. Inclusive. Just look round this room. Look round the room at the beginning of the conference. Even the discussion of a critical symposium like Play the Game is by no means inclusive. And neither have the topics been. Poor old Jens has had my ranting about it over the last couple of days. So XP has a position, and I say that ungrounded knowledge is dangerous. Knowledge without a grounding, knowledge without knowing where you're coming from is dangerous. And I'm a great fan of Karl Popper in terms of what science is about. It's about myth-busting. And that's what science can do. It can challenge. Sport's full of myths based on stereotypes. Women don't like sport. Men don't like to dance. All sorts of silly stereotypes based on normative assumptions. And some of those normative assumptions become rules in sport. And I'll illustrate that. So science and advocacy together can do quite a lot. I hope you like the cartoon. I love it. We have so many double standards in sport. And I'm not going to go through all of this. But that last bullet point, this was the Canadian Association for the Advancement of Women in Sport. Their motto is, ask why and change it. Yeah, that's what we should be doing. Here's a good example. the women athletes and the international federations. These idiots in international boxing who said that the girls had to wear skirts because they wanted to present a feminine image to the media. For boxing? What's it got to do with femininity or masculinity? It's to do with technical competence and athleticism and all of those things. And the women revolted. They wouldn't do it. So the IF had to back down. It was about choice. Volleyball, the only international federation which has ever, in my experience and knowledge, legislated in its rules that the uniform had a maximum coverage of 2 centimetres at the hip level. And it went on for years. Thank God for the London climate, because actually it allowed women to wear sensible clothing. But if you contrast the uniforms, I was told, well, it's functional to wear those. And I said, well, why don't the men wear them then? How did we allow it to get away with that for so long? And the same happened with badminton, you know, this thing about skirts. And again, the women athletes said, no, I'm not comfortable wearing skirts. I want to wear shorts. It's functional. And, you know, we need to look at these challenges to both cultures and normalized practices. Here's Kathy Freeman wearing something which is very similar to the Bahraini athlete here, but for totally different reasons. And yet, who gets stigmatized? The Bahraini athlete. 1/3 of the world's population is Muslim. Sport hasn't got caught up with that yet. Anomalies, another problem, and I'm not going to spend a lot of the time, but the point is that anomalies point out that rules and the law are because they're normative. And here's a great example. Synchronized swimming excludes male competitors. Now, it was set up as a female activity. And one of my female friends once said, well, it's a plot to keep women in their place. But actually, it's an incredibly difficult activity, technically and in terms of stamina. But you can understand the culture from which she was speaking. But why shouldn't this young man be a synchronized swimmer? What on earth are we doing here? And I think it's because we allow ourselves to be dominated by dominant paradigms. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on paradigm, but you know, the reproduction of paradigms is actually quite an important element to consider in organizational development, rule structures in particular, in international sport, particularly if you're talking about fair play. Paradigm or myth? Myth busting. We're back to this. The greatest barrier to a paradigm shift is the reality of paradigm paralysis. We're stuck in it, so we can't see beyond it. It's always been like this. And shifts are scary. Takes people outside their comfort zone. No doubt about that. It's a big problem. If sport does exclude all these people, why is it their behavior who has to change, and not the behavior of sport institutions? What on earth are we doing to children when we're imposing adult models on little children? And we see it every day on the park. And parents are quite often the worst exponents, especially fathers. Another example of paradigm is talent, and I'm not going to spend time on that. You'll be able to look at the slides if you want to. So I think we need a fresh look at sports science. That's a challenge and perhaps a solution. So, you know, whether you're a practitioner or a researcher or a policymaker or whatever, we need to look at how science serves sport and to value the way in which serves its sports and the way in which it goes on. And the last thing, knowledge is power, but wisdom comes from the understanding of how to use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret Talbot. Now we go from 3 representatives from 2 different knowledge sectors to a doer. Niels Nygaard is from a National Olympic Committee and Sport Confederation, so he is a doer in the political world, but also as the political leader of a governing body. Please, Niels.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to come here today to give some opinions from an NOC president. Also, thank you to all of you for having spent 4 days here in Aarhus, here in Denmark, discussing a number of very important issues. As you will hear from my speech, I disagree with probably most of you in this room about global sport and the situation of global sport. But I believe in freedom of speech. I believe in dialogue. I believe that it's important that we have these discussions. And of course, as I will also explain, there are a number of things who could be and should be much better in global sport. I have not been able to be here for the first couple of days during the conference because I was in Baku in Azerbaijan. I'm on the Coordination Commission for European Games 2015. I was there together with my colleague, the NOC president of Azerbaijan, who is also the president of Azerbaijan, who a few weeks ago was re-elected as president with 86% of the votes. And the result of the election was announced a couple of hours before the votes actually were counted. So this is my colleague in Azerbaijan. My view on global sports is overall very positive. I think there are a lot of very positive things to say about global sports. Global sport has a very high interest. A lot of people are following sport all over the world. Sport creates a lot of friendships. It creates or gives peace in certain areas in the world. I think sport is about the only activity where United Nations is able to, during the Olympics, to make truce, so no wars going on during the Olympic Games. We see people that normally are adversaries, that are usually fighting each other, shooting at each other. They can be in the same stadium. They can even be on the same podium. They can even embrace each other. So there are many positive things. Many people in the world do sport. Sport is good for health. Sport is good for integration. But there are also a number of things which is not so very good. One thing about global sport, if we look at it, is that the way people have a chance to do sport throughout the world is very different. Just like wealth is distributed very unequal throughout the world, then the chance to do sport is also distributed unequally, and a lot of things should be done about that. We also have a number of evils. We have corruption, we have lack of transparency, we have doping, we have match fixing. These are problems, and these are problems that we should do something about. Coming from a country, Denmark, where we mostly have, or you have even more positive things to say about sport, because we don't have so many of the global problems that I described before. In Denmark, 64% of the population is doing sport regularly, which is one of the highest percentages of the world. And even more important, 42% of the Danish population do sport in clubs, which means they are doing sport together in an environment where they care for each other. Also in Denmark, we are so lucky and so maybe also clever that we do get a lot of medals for the Danish athletes. Compared to the size of our country, we are one of the countries in the world where we make the most medals. So we have a lot of good things going on in Denmark. So why then should we as Danes, as National Olympic Committee and Sports Confederation of Denmark, care so much about what's going on in the rest of the world, since we are doing fine here and we could concentrate on that? There are two main reasons why we believe it's very important to try and do what we can do to influence global sport. The one thing is that we want to win medals. We want to take part in international sport. And in order to affect the rules of international sport, affect what are the events that should be taking place, what are the rules that the sport should be conducted with. If we want to influence that, we have to be there. We have to try and do something in the international sports organizations. Also, especially in the European Union, more and more rules are being made in Brussels that also affect our chance and our possibilities to do sport in Denmark. So also therefore it's important internationally to try and influence what's going on. Then the other important thing, which is probably the arguments that in this hall you believe is more important, is that we want to promote some values. We want to promote the values that Denmark, that the Nordic countries stand for, about democracy, about transparency, about the way international organizations are being run. But we want to do it in a way which is the only realistic way to actually make some changes. This is by going into these international organizations to try and convince our colleagues to try to be part of these discussions, so that way we can make some changes in global sport. Of course, it's important to have play the game. It's important to have conferences like this. It's important to have critical journalists and so on to make all of us aware about these problems. But the only ones who can really do something about it and really make some changes is the international organizations, where we have to seek influence and where we have to try and make the changes from within. In our world, it's the International Olympic Committee, it's the European Olympic Committees, it's the European and the international federations in the Olympic sports and the non-Olympic sports. And it is our aim from the Danish NOC to try and be present in as many of these fora as possible and to try to influence the direction of things. Today we announced, Paul Moberg at one of the sessions, a survey we have made about power index of all the countries in the world in these international organizations. Today, Denmark has 26 positions in the most important fora throughout the world. This is quite many compared to the size of our country, but we would like to have even more representatives. And even more importantly, we want to have representatives who are able to do something, who has knowledge and the competences to actually go in and do something about those issues that I have mentioned. How do we get influence in these international fora? Like I said before, we don't believe that we can influence those fora a lot by standing on a big chair and shouting about all the problems. We don't believe that we can do it by making a lot of criticism all the time. We believe that we have to understand all the other countries that we are working together with. We have a situation where if we look at the 204 countries that are members of the International Olympic Committee, there are maybe about 20 of those countries that share our values. Even the Southern European, the Eastern European countries, in many ways, they don't share the same values as far as transparency, as far as democracy, and so on. So it's a long struggle to be able to influence that. But we believe that by going into these talks, by trying to be there, we will, in the long run, not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, but in the long run, be able to make those changes come through. So this is our way of trying to meet the challenges, and we believe in the long run it is the only way really to make a better global sport, a better global sport that you want, and of course that we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Niels Nygaard. And now I will be accompanied by another journalist, also director of Henrik Brandt. And we will pose the first question to the four speakers, and then you are all invited to get ready for your questions, your comments. And remember, there were 3 words: question, be precise; comment, be short. Thank you.
Yes, the first question goes to Jens Weinrich, because you showed us this picture of Zappa and Bach and Vita as 3 leaders who are kind of connected and put in somewhere. And what are they up to? You sort of say that it's Russia and Qatar. You see them as the new superpowers. Is that a bad thing? Niels has just been, I could understand, in Baku, and he thought it was he was with that president, that it was not a democratic system, but obviously they invest in sport. Is it a bad thing that these guys are more and more taking over from the other guys who was in control before? Are you just angry because it's not the German Dassler that controls it anymore? Or what is your take on this?
Not necessarily. I mean, as long as it sounds like a dream, as long as it is transparent, so would be nice, but it is not, definitely not in Russia. We have to see. I mean, just give you one example. It's quite similar to the example Niels has given us when he was quoting the president from Azerbaijan, his colleague. At Sport Accord elections, so-called elections, I don't know, in St. Petersburg, Al-Musallam, the right hand of the sheikh, and he was telling guys the night before on the bar in the hotel, and I was there on the bar. It's always important to be at the bar in the night before, and he was telling them the result. So, and I remember I would like to have been there. Andrew, if he is somewhere in the room, he was once at one congress of the International Boxing Federation, AIBA, in Antalya, and if I remember right, he has given a guy, a boxing delegate, he has paid 1 or 2 beers to him, and in exchange, Andrew got the results of the election the next day. So as long as it works like this, then we have a problem, yes. But right now, and what I wanted to say, it was very brief, and I'm trying to work it out in a few chapters in my book, without aggressiveness. You know, I just want to describe, and the system of Putin, for instance, if you try to analyze and gathering some data, then it's very important. Then you can see all over the world a system like this we never had before. That's my theory. We never had before. It's a powerful system we never had before. Not in the Soviet Union, not in the Cold War. What Putin with his guys has arranged is a system. They can do everything.
Thank you very much. The question for James Dorsey is...
No, sorry. Dorsey wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted just one remark, and that is, there's another question, which, in addition to which Henrik asked, and that is, should, for example, international sports organizations be pillars of autocratic regimes? That's the counter question.
James, you said that it's a fact sport and politics is very tight connected. You introduced a code of conduct. If you look upon the countries you mentioned in your intervention, do you believe that the code of conduct or code of conduct police is part of the solution?
Well, I think, in a sense, the answer to that goes to the question I just posed. With other words, if you were to simply apply whatever the ideals are of the Olympic Charter, or even more practically, the rules and regulations of FIFA, you would see today more than 50% of the Egyptian Premier League disqualified. With other words, what I'm getting at is that, no, would they voluntarily comply with that? Absolutely not. But international sports organizations, certainly FIFA, certainly the IOC, have a set of standards. And all you really need to start with is adhering to those standards and those rules.
Thank you. Margaret, you are representing a knowledge sector. And my question to you is, do you find that the knowledge is powerful enough when it comes to shaping the future of sport?
That's an awesome responsibility you've given me, by the way. Just one comment about handing over, shifting of power. The guys taking over from the other guys. For me, that excludes half the world's population before we even start. And you've absorbed that. You use the language all the time. Please stop doing that. Going back to your question, the knowledge thing. Knowledge is patchy. We know that, for instance, you said that sport is good for health. Actually, sport can ruin your health. I have an artificial hip from 30 years of field hockey. On the other hand, the consultant said, okay, if you need another one, you'll still be physically active enough to cope with it. Thank you very much. It isn't actually a very good evidence base that if you have a lifelong participation in sport, that you're necessarily healthy. Physical activity keeps you healthy, but competitive sport doesn't necessarily. And the life of competitive sport can be quite short. So I think we've got to be much more precise about the claims that we make and the knowledge we have to support the claims. We certainly don't get enough research and enough investment in research to enable that knowledge base to be extended. And the least well-invested part of research is critical research, without a shadow of doubt. And this is one of our problems. And then lastly, those of us in research, those of us in scholarly activity are absolutely lousy at translating it to other people. And other people are just as bad at listening to it. So we've got to try and make some linguistic and cultural advances and bridges so that we can all use what we have better.
Question for Niels Nygaard. In 1999, I think it was, some of us were at the first World Congress on doping, and after the Tour de France scandal and the Salt Lake City scandal, and the politicians from one country after another came in and shouted democracy, accountability, transparency, and they wanted a share in the fight against doping because it didn't work, and they founded WADA, and today I think your line would also be, we need this cooperation with governments on doping. Yesterday we heard FIFA. They said we need the intervention of governments in match fixing. It's the biggest threat. I know that's a tactic they always use when they're a bit in trouble, but they said it anyway. They divert maybe the attention from their own governance problems to the big world. The evil world is coming at us with match fixing. We need the help. We cannot do this alone. And I also think that is maybe also your line in that question. But then my question is, or if we should make a bet that maybe in 5 or 10 years, you would say we need the intervention of governments to help our democratic sport movement in Denmark and the 20 other countries that share our values to resist sport becoming pillars of autocratic regimes. Because as we have heard here, as you just experienced in Azerbaijan, it is not the democratic countries that are taking over at the moment. So do you think in 5 or 10 years you will say we need government intervention to ensure that international sport is run in a way where we can still be part of it and stand up for it?
Precise question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Just let him speak in the microphone, it's okay.
First of all, I believe very much in the autonomy of sport. I believe in autonomy on the local level, on autonomy on the national level, and autonomy on the international level. I think there are 2-3 ways where the authorities, the government, can and should take action. One thing is that if the sports organizations do something that are illegal, which is not in compliance with the laws of each country, then of course the government, the authorities, has to intervene. So that is, if you are in a country where there is where corruption is not allowed, then of course the authorities, the government shall intervene and make sure that corruption and other unlawful things does not go on. The other place I think where the government has something to say is that when there is public funding of sport in the clubs, in the national organizations, from EU to European associations and so on, then of course that if you do not comply with what the funds you have been given, if you don't do that in the right way, then of course government has to intervene. The third way I could see the government having a role is to set good examples. Like we have had a very interesting and good project in the EU about good governance, where we now have a set of rules, a set of recommendations for both national and the international sport bodies. And I think the authorities, government could do even more there.
So that means you don't accept the claims made by Dorsey and Jens and Turkey. We heard it yesterday from Tolgay, that actually the autonomy of sport is an illusion, because actually it's the same. It is the governments that run sport in those countries that take over the power in world sport. You don't believe that you don't have a problem with that autonomy of sport when actually most of the countries don't have this.
Of course, I have a problem with that, but except for trying to influence the international sports organization from within to make sure that sport and politics are not intervened, I don't think we can do much about it. Whenever we are talking about trying to make boycotts and not bringing international events to countries that don't have the same set of rules and the same way of thinking as we have, I don't believe this is the way forward. A lot of people thought that China was wrong to have the Olympic Games. I believe it was very right, and I think in 10, 20 years we will see China having had a good development, partly because of the Olympic Games. Some people say we should not go to Sochi because of the rules of homosexuals in Russia. I don't believe we should stay away from Russia because of that. So I think we have to accept that there are different cultures, there are different political systems, and just by being there, just by having them as part of our international cooperation, I believe in the long run we can influence them in the right direction.
So just to sum up, we should accept that, for example, in Azerbaijan, it's the same, the government, the president is the same like the NOC president. You don't have a problem with that?
As long as the NOC president in Azerbaijan is elected democratically, and that's what I've been told, then I don't have a problem with it. We can see in India where the government really tried to intervene and go and make the rules for the Olympic Committee. Actually, the IOC said to India, if you go in this direction, you can no longer be part of the IOC. You can no longer go to the Olympic Games. Then, of course, we can smile a lot about Azerbaijan, about Belarus and other countries where it's actually the Prime Minister or the President being President of the Olympic Committee. In those instances, they have actually had a General Assembly with all the national organizations, federations taking part and elected the President. So formally, they have complied to the IOC rules. Whether they have in practice, I'm not quite sure.
Thank you. The floor is open for questions, primarily comments if they're short. Please.
My name is James Corbett. Question for James Dorsey, just regarding the labour rights issue in Qatar, which has been a very prominent issue. I'd just like to know your views on the level of discourse about it, and particularly the comments of Sharon Burrow, the head of the International Trade Union Congress, who has been very outspoken about a tournament where construction work hasn't actually really started, but at the same time says nothing about Sochi, which is in a few weeks' time, really, where Human Rights Watch have also documented labour abuses. And I'd just be interested to know your views on this this sort of gap.
Just to clarify, just to clarify, you're asking me about the debate, the external debate, rather than the debate within Qatar, right? Okay. Joe, do you want me to answer directly?
Please.
Sorry. Well, I think it's what I said at the beginning. I find the whole debate about Qatar based on envy, sour grapes. I find it prejudiced, and I find it arrogant. I think the gallery's totally underestimated that when you win an event like this, you gain prestige, you gain leverage, but so do others. And for the first time, well, let me put it this differently. Every time there was a human rights report, a Amnesty International report, it was a bad day for Qatar. You know, you shut the door, and when you woke up the next morning, it was over. With all due respect to human rights organizations, they have moral value. They cannot move bodies. For the first time, Qatar is now confronted by an organization that potentially has 175 million soccer fans as its members in 153 countries. And so if indeed they can convince their member unions, for the first time Qatar is facing a real critic, a critic that can exert pressure. The question, I think it's a very fair comment what you made, that they're talking about Qatar, they're not talking about Sochi. And the question is, but the point that the criticism that I would have of the ITUC is that they have to understand the issues that are involved for the Qataris, including the demographic issue, in order to further a resolution of this. Hitting the Qataris simply over the head is not going to do it. To claim that there's, they've had 3 years' time, nothing has changed, is simply not true.
Thank you.
I can go to on the other issues, but they don't relate to labor.
Thank you. Here, and then the third one. Next one is down, back end. Please.
Hi, I'm Karen Jones with Asser Institute, and I have a short comment. No, I just want to say that some of the latter comments that I've heard, I feel that we really underestimate sometimes the power of sport. And when we take these huge events into countries, and we as citizens of various countries support the sport that's put on or the event that's put on in that country, I think we really underestimate the power, impact, and influence that we really are having at all levels of that society, from the political levels to the impacts on the poverty in that country or the race relations in that country. So I think we really need to take into consideration the whole scope of that. And I know some comments earlier this week, and I would say that yes, though that is part of our responsibility when we're going into those countries and we are putting on these types of events.
Thank you. The next question is down there, and I think we can also please Margaret Talbot, having a gender balance, which is very good in the questionnaire. So thank you very much, please.
Just a little comment. Last year, I interviewed Avalanche because he was an Olympic athlete. And in that moment, he said me about the result of the election to the new International Olympic Committee. And he was incorrect for 1 vote. This game was won many years ago.
Thank you. Henrik has a question, and then the next one is up here.
Yeah, it's for Margaret Talbot and maybe for you, the others, because now we have heard this. What is taking over? It is not sport actually that it is important for these people. It's the power and the security. But if we actually want to promote sport, participation in sport, and maybe social capital through sport and grassroots sport, a fair allocation of resources between elite sport and grassroots sport, what will happen if, or what is happening if the control of the whole sports system is taken over by countries that actually have more or less other objectives with what they're doing? That's a question for you.
Well, I don't think they are taking over the whole sports system, because they're not taking over local delivery, for instance. And as other people have pointed out in the latter part of this conference, the mega events are actually a very small part of the overall participation in sport. So I think that's the first issue. The second issue is, yes, about power, and the way people hang on to power, and the way in which people define institutions and processes and procedures which actually keep out any new blood from those organizations. It's not just about gender balance. It's also about the interests of people in countries like the UK, which is incredibly multicultural, but we don't see that reflected in our national federations at all. It's really quite poor. And the federations which actually do the best job at grassroots level and in diversifying the player base are those which have the least investment. But that requires leadership commitment. So if you've got people at the top of international organizations and at the top of national organizations who are not committed to diversity and equity, then it's unlikely to change. And the other problem is everything is defined in that way. It's the paradigm problem. I have a T-shirt which I was given years ago, and it just says 52%. And most women know exactly what it means, but most men think it's a performance score. It's not. It's 52% of the world's population are female. And you would never think of it looking at sport. But it's not just about women. It's about the small nations. It's about indigenous populations. It's about people with different cultural backgrounds. We've only got to look around this room to see that. And this room is much more diverse than some sport get-togethers.
So why don't we make a new sports system then? Where these 52% are better represented, since it's obviously not going to change. You don't think there's a need for another structure?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But it's
where
not
should it come from?
not a new structure. It's a new culture and a commitment to diversity. And that means you change your protocols and your procedures.
Yeah.
But
Jens,
it's
you
not
wanted
likely to happen by the people who are in power right now.
Yeah. Jens, you wanted to follow up?
We have James and then Jens.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay.
I would like to hear what
No, I
you
just
want
want
to say about journalism too.
Just a second. We have a comment from James and then Jens, and then you have the question or comment.
No,
Jens,
no, no,
please comment on
I
this.
want to comment first. So, on your remark, for instance, I mean, I think the discussion, I get the impression the discussion is now a little bit too, how can I say, too smooth, too nice. I mean, I would have been able to do this presentation in a totally another way, full of facts, you know. If you say, for instance, there's a tendency to underestimate the impact of the Olympic Games, of the Olympic movement, I totally disagree. I would say there's a tendency to overestimate it. Give you one example. If you look at Beijing, for instance, it's a matter of fact that in the year of the Olympics and then the year after, the numbers of death sentences increased. Just one example. Huh? If you look back in the Olympic history, there was probably in general one Olympics in Seoul, '88, probably really very, very important for the whole society, for whole South Korea. But you will hardly find, we can discuss it, I know we can discuss it all the day, you will hardly find a lot of very impressive examples. Another one, my second remark, I mean, even when I said it would have been easy to discuss it with other facts, with other words. We have to be clear that people, I don't criticize Niels Nygaard, I have a lot of respect for him and I like him personally, everything, and I watched his way and everything, yeah. But of course, if he's talking about the Belarus president, Lukashenko, and the president of Azerbaijan, we are talking about mass murders. We have to be clear. If I didn't mention some names, some of the guys in the Putin system, and I can give. I'm not playing. I mean, it's documented. Some of them are murders, criminals. A lot of them. Okay. So I just want to be clear. I mean, we can be hug each other, go out. The world is good, no? But it is not, definitely not.
Yes, Jens, I would like to hear what you were going to say about journalism.
Now we mentioned, there was, Henrik has given a few remarks yesterday, and I totally agree, and we had in the workshop, we had a few thoughts in the journalist workshops of the 3 days. There's a decline. The problem is there's a decline of journalism, of course, and the international federations, there is almost no coverage anymore in many federations. No sustainable coverage. Of course, if it comes to an important IOC meeting, if it comes to an election of an IOC president, yes, there are some hundreds. But not in general. I can tell you, I'm probably the record holder, together with an AP or Reuters guy, of the last 10 years in EXCO meetings in the IOC. So they're sitting 5, 6, at some occasions, maybe only 3 guys at quite important meetings. It's not the meeting coverage, you know exactly what you mean. You have to have some context, you have to have the impressions. We were talking this morning about it. It's not everything you can do in the internet. So, and there's a need for gathering information and for getting the journalism on a new level. And there's a need. Play the Game was always a center of it for many years, but there's also a need, and academics, they have to ask some of the hardworking journalists, and they don't have to let them out of their business. They have to ask because they like. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about me. I have no bitter feelings. I don't care anymore. But a lot of other guys, a lot of investigative journalists do a very hard work. In European countries, I mean, it's not dangerous for yourself, but in other countries, I have colleagues in Russia. I mean, and I was sitting in the office together with other friends there. We were sitting in the office of Novaya Gazeta and talking to a guy who was fighting against corruption. And on top, right over him, on top, there were 6 pictures of journalists have been murdered. So, however, academics and others, even sport officials and even NGOs now, Declan Hill was talking about the new tendency, new experts coming out of the blue and getting all the money and all the contracts for advocating federations. There are a lot of investigative journalists, and Play the Game has brought a lot of guys together. You are one of them, and many others. And we are doing the hard work, putting together many, many facts. Some academics use the facts then, paint their pictures, but there is no really cooperation, not a sustainable, and that is necessary.
Before the next question from Sean, short comment from James.
I just wanted to briefly return to the question that was asked to both Nielsen to Margaret. I would agree with Margaret, if I understood it correctly, that there is, that we should be more inclusive in terms of our definition of what we're talking about sports. I would also agree that one's got to be careful with generalizations, and not all autocratic regimes are the same. However, I would argue that, just to give you 2 examples, Egypt won the African Cup 3 times under Mubarak. I don't think that you would have seen the same effort, or any effort even close to that, in terms of physical education. Saudi Arabia is developing its first ever national sports plan. It's a national sports plan for men only. There is no physical education in schools. Which also raises the question in terms of their membership in the International Olympic Committee.
Despite the fact that the Saudi royal family actually issued an edict to Parliament that there should be girls' physical education 8 years ago. But Parliament has blocked it because Parliament is full of very orthodox religious leaders.
Thank you. We have a question from Sean.
Yeah, Sean Hamill, Brail College. I had experience with some of our students earlier in the year. We teach a course in sport governance. So we look at FIFA, we look at the IOC, we look at a few federations. If you look at the IOC, they say there are no problems. We have the Salt Lake City scandal. Journalists investigate, something happens. You look at FIFA, everything's okay. Journalists like Andrew investigate. Now we know it's not okay, something happens. There was an extraordinary incident, Play the Game in Iceland, where you had Mr. McQuaid at one end of the table saying everything is fine, David Walsh at the other end saying it's not fine. Nothing happens, journalists investigate, finally something happens. And what the students said, why is sport incapable of reforming itself? Why does it take a handful of people externally? And that's my question, because, as a teacher, we're trying to get people to go into sport to be effective managers, but it's beginning to become a bit of a broken record, actually. It's becoming difficult. No, seriously, as a teacher primarily. The IAAF had an election 2 years ago where they had one result in the electronic voting in the morning, and they reran it in the afternoon, and they got a different result. Now, it's a laugh at one level, but it's not really that funny. And I'm really struggling these days to find an example of a major sport that hasn't reformed itself without a major public crisis initiated by, and it's a handful of enterprising journalists. And I mean, that's my question. Why can international sport not seem to reform itself?
Thank you. I think, Niels, you are the first to have the chance to answer this, and short comments from others, but Niels, and then the next one here.
I mean, the answer...
No, you are not Niels.
So
You are
sorry,
Jens.
I'm sorry.
You are Mr.
I'm sorry,
Weinreich. Now it's Mr. Nygaard.
James.
Yeah.
No, Niels.
I think it's fine to have some outside pressure to dig in and look at things. But then I actually do believe and have seen a lot of examples where international organizations actually have revised themselves. We have talked a lot about the IOC, and some are still challenging and criticizing the IOC for the way they are running things. But today, actually, all accounts in the IOC is completely transparent. All accounts about how the cities selected and so on are completely transparent. There are still a lot of problems when you go down to the member organizations, both a number of NOCs and a number of international federations. But actually, now the IOC is going ahead with some very strict measures as far as when they give money to FIFA or any other of the international federations, to the NOCs and so on. They demand a lot of things about the accounts and so on. So things are moving, and in the IOC it was those 110, 15 IOC members who were there in 2000 year 2000 when they made all the changes that actually did make those changes. In the UCI, they have now elected a new president, and so I believe that it takes time, but things can change, and things are changing.
Thank you. We are in Aarhus, and the slogan of this city is Aarhus for Progress. And we are also progressing towards the end. So right now there are one short comment from Jens, James, and Margaret, and then we have the final question here.
Of course, I totally disagree with my old friend Niels, because it's not true. There's no transparency in accounts, and you can see the facts. You just have to Google or whatsoever. That is in general still a kind of corrupted system. There are a lot of really criminals still in the IOC, and as long as they are in the IOC, as long as they are in power, so there will be, I wouldn't say not any change, but as long as they have the power, there are no fundamental changes. It's very clear. A lot of things you have said are not true, I'm sorry to say.
Short comment from James.
I think the answer to the question why it's not happening in international sports organizations is the analogy to an independent press. Fact of the matter is that change only takes place under pressure. An independent press functions well when it polices itself. Every time I publish, I put my credibility on the line. And my peers are my harshest critics. The problem is there is no policing, there is no self-policing within international sports organizations, and so by definition, there is no pressure.
Thank you. Margaret?
I think the biggest problem is the lack of vertical accountability. I mean, the IOC is a particular case because of the lack of vertical accountability, but international federations and national federations should be accountable to their members, and members should be asking questions. But there's such a disconnect between the grassroots member and the people who run specific sports that tends not to happen. I'd just like to say one thing about change. Change has come about, for instance, through the women in sport movement, and that has not come about through journalism because most journalists aren't interested in gender inequity. It's come about through academic women creating distributional data which show gross inequities in the sporting structures at national and international level. So let's not think that it's only journalism that brings about change. It's a different kind of change, And it's probably less dramatic, and it doesn't attract media attention, but it has happened over the last 20 years.
Thank you. Last question.
Combination of question and comment for Niels on the point you made about reasons for Denmark to be engaged internationally and to participate in international sports federations. You mentioned a couple of arguments. One, perhaps I thought was missing, was the opportunity for Denmark as a country that in very many sports have traditions, know-how, and resources to help the many countries around the world who are lacking all those things and really would benefit from the help in development. But I agree with you about the role, at least in theory or in principle, that you see a country like Denmark playing by being represented in these federations, by being able to convey, share the values, the morals that you stand for. Of course, having tried that myself in a practical way, I see that as more difficult than one might want it to be. And I also doubt that is the only channel which you sort of hinted, it's only through international federations and through Olympic committees that could happen. I think this kind of forum we have here can do a lot. The kind of stakeholders we have represented here can do a lot. But my concern is that just as you mentioned, there are perhaps 20, 30, 40, the number doesn't matter, countries that share those values. Just as I, being here for the third time, see that perhaps when we talk about inclusiveness, not along Margaret's lines, that we are in a very much in a way preaching to the choir. I see people coming here in terms of countries and backgrounds who already believe in the need for change in major ways in terms of values or philosophies in the many areas that we are discussing here. And that perhaps doesn't take us very far. So the bottom line question, would you, Niels, see that the Danish Olympic Committee, through your contacts in the Olympic movement and through financial resources, would be in a position to help combine efforts with Play the Game, so that for future conferences, we will see a much broader representation here, specifically from countries and regions and continents where we have some doubts about these values and these perceptions of need for improvement being shared. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a direct question. I think that in order to have more of the Olympic representatives present at the Play the Game conferences, I think we have to have another tone at these conferences. I think some of the discussions, some of the arguments are too aggressive to really get into a debate where we can engage the other partner. So I think that in order for Play the Game to play a more constructive role towards the good part of the Olympic movement, we need to find another way of talking to each other. But I think that can happen and should happen.
Thank you very much. That was the final comment. And before we give the speakers a round of applause, we invite Jens to the stage. That will be some efforts for him. So it can both be a round of applause for the speakers and for Jens, please.
I'll try to keep a sober tone. When we opened this conference, and we was another set of we than here, because many of you were caught in a storm, and many of those who had arrived in time have now left because they could not be here for many days. But when still there is a virtual we open this conference, we, the organizers, delegated the responsibility of a successful conference to you. And if there were any flaws at this conference, if it was not a success, then it was actually not your fault. You played your part perfectly. We have had an astonishing amount of excellent presentations in a very respectful tone. If you had been here, Niels, you would also know. And it has been so content-rich that the main frustration has been that it has been impossible to be in 4 halls at the same time. Hopefully we can make up for that with some of the video and audio we will put on the internet. But I would really like to say and stress that in the sometimes dull, hard, frustrating work of building up a conference, it is always nice to have the last conference as a refreshing memory, because you have this feeling that one day we meet, it will all give some meaning. And it has really given a lot of meaning, the way that you have realized the intentions of this conference. I'm not going to summarize the conference. I will face some consequences of delegating the responsibility, is that many of you have given some also critical comments to this that I'm actually not, I'm sure, in a good position to answer, because I am a middle-aged European, solid middle-class male, and so any kind of defense from my side would from the outset fail. And furthermore, I would say the values that are behind that criticism are values that I actually share fully. So I can only share the wish that has been expressed, that we will include more women, more athletes, more people from distant continents at the next Play the Game conference. And I ask for your kind help to provide the financing, the ideas, the proposals, the expertise that can help us get in that direction, because God knows we have tried. I will not reopen the discussion of sports governance. I will say it is of vital importance that there are people inside the sports system that are ready to argue for change. But as Niels also has clearly pointed out, it's a small minority that are driven by those values that we propagate here. So I kindly invite, in the most respectful tone, this minority to accept the external forces to battle the drums and blow the horns and make a lot of the democratic noise that President Dilma of Brazil loves so much, and that I have referred to earlier today and in our opening speech. I think this is your only chance for bringing sport a little bit further. There might be some unpleasant noise now and then, but I'm sure that, like anything else in life, it will pass. If there is anything that I think can justify the kind of debates here, it is that sport, like all other sectors of society, in order to improve, in order to protect its values, need open communication. There are certain factors that really makes it very difficult to keep that communication open in sport, and that's not only from the inside of sport that you have active and passive resistance. It's also the outside society that has a responsibility to keep the dialogue about sport alive. I must say that although in many ways we can see an improvement in the sports debate and the international sports agenda over the past years, we can also repeatedly see that investigative journalists, or just journalists, are in no way supported, that one after the other goes bankrupt, that lawsuits or lawsuit threats, sometimes successfully, get them out of business. And this is really a very concrete obstacle. Our friend Osaso Obayuwana, now I have learned it's with N and not M, sorry for that in the program, has suggested in earlier conversations that we have a whistleblower fund. I don't know who would pay to that whistleblower fund, but I invite you to consider how we can construct mechanisms and funds in sport that can give support to those people who are under real threat, like also whistleblowers internally from sport. We have had quite a few over the years at Play the Game conferences. You may remember Sandro Donati, who was so fortunate that he was considered a state employee in Italy. His own employers filed 11 lawsuits against him in order to get rid of all his inconvenient data and his difficult arguments. And they lost them all because the reality in the courts was different from the reality in sport when you said if a person is right or wrong. Now, we have Mario Goichman as an example I've mentioned. I'll just say we have numerous cases like this, and we need to support the whistleblowers. Last, I would like to say, we are discussing whether or not certain sports leaders from certain countries should be allowed to be in sport, should be boycott events. There are many dangers in this world. Should we distance ourselves from them? Should we have sports festivals in secluded environments where we can be sure that all values are correct? I think not. That would leave us all with Iceland as the only possible host nation. And even in Iceland, we've seen how wrong that can go. I think we should, on the contrary, go very actively in and use sports organizations and sports events as an occasion to create this dialogue between cultures about which values do we want to mark sport and which values do we want to underline humanity. The Olympics always say, celebrate humanity. I think it's a beautiful slogan, but I think there's a big part of humanity, for instance, the right to free speech, that is somehow forgotten in that festivity. I think we should underline that these mega events in China, Russia, Baku, wherever we feel there are some deficiencies, that we use those for dialogue, and that the countries that seek these events should accept that when they ask for a place in the limelight, this light will shine also on some of the sides of the society that they did not want us to see. Well, you have all done, in my view, a contribution that will inspire us for some time ahead. I look much forward to following some of the sessions that I could not be on the internet. And I hope also you will use the next few hours where we are going to have a party to consolidate and rethink your networking. And I hope that you will all carry not only good memories, but also new information and inspiration and motivation for your future work with your home. You have inspired us. Thanks a lot.